Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Like a cupcake wrapper sneaking around, sneaking around the corner or something.
Throwing it away.
What was it?
It was a toffee cupcake.
Toffee?
That's what they said. Chocolate toffee. I think it's like
It was good.
toffee pieces on top with just a chocolate cupcake.
That was from your little coffee clutch out there?
From the going away party.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon, gang. My name is Alan Cox. Welcome to this. Thanks for being here if you are. In the secondary position, say hello to young Bill Squire over there.
Creepy hug.
In the tertiary spot is Mary Santora.
Yo.
And in my quaternary spot back there, young Cody Allen Helpful Poundcake Brown.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
In Studio G. If you want to join us, you can do it a variety of ways. You can do it telephonically. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192. If you want to send me a text, you can go to alancoxshow.com for a variety of other fun and frivolity there. And whatever. We had I should say, maybe people who were listening to the Buzzard between maybe 11:45 and 11:15. I didn't see any texts from people who were like, hey, what the hell's going on? But we were having some kind of software issue in here this morning. And I discovered, and I had Rob, our boss, in here too, and we're both trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I was just kind of doing my normal morning type stuff, and I'm in here typing. And on one of the keyboards that I have back here, I have two in front of me, and then two computer mice.
Mouse.
That go with each of the keyboards, and I have a number of screens, and the mice and the keyboards correspond to those screens. And for whatever reason this morning, I was in here doing some writing, and if I would hit the number 1 on my keyboard, it would hit the next element on the air. I go,
That's not good.
So I'm like, what? And again, these are not peripherals that are connected to each other. But again, with these new studios down here, we're coming up on a year in these new studios. And the technology, they kind of really shrunk the footprint here. And the way that they did that is they transitioned from, your back in the day, your equipment was all hard patched. Everything was hooked in, everything else. But to avoid all that, a lot of it now is software based. And so if you have an issue like that, you got to go, well, what the hell is going on now? You have to be engineer and IT guy all at once. And I didn't know. Now, the first time I did it, I should say, I didn't realize that was what I had done. I thought, oh, there must have been a hiccup in the system or something, and Pink Floyd ended early or whatever. So I go about my merry way, and I'm clicking and clacking and doing whatever, and then I hit the number 1 again. And it stops that song and goes into the next thing. And I go, all right, I don't know what the hell's going on in here. We had to figure out I don't know. Because, day to day, you're not going to find an engineer walking around here, right? So you have to be that person for yourself, or you have to try to find somebody who knows what's going on. But my number 1 works now. We figured it out. Somebody hit something, and I don't know. I'm not the only one who uses this room. So somebody hit something. But listen, I know that there are people who will text me and they go, Alan, boy, I really hope that your keyboards are working today. And so it's primarily for those people. who want to know. So, yeah, I guess my apologies to Dan Stansbury. I didn't know what was going on. That was, of course, during his program. And golly, I hate to interrupt anybody's programming. You know, each one of us here at the Buzzard, we have our own little bit of real estate. Rover has his, Dan has his, I have mine. And I certainly wouldn't want anything happening during my show by someone else's hand. And so, you know, but what are you going to do? I mean, it's not like I can, you know, used to be, you get on the phone, you go, hey, I need an engineer. We don't have a phone in here. Like I don't have a handset phone anymore, right? Remember that when we were at Oak Tree?
Yeah.
There's trade-offs when you get like brand new equipment, right? Especially under these circumstances. And the cumulative effect is this is still better. But, you know, in the old studios, you'd have a phone. You could do like an all-call. Remember the all-call? That was the best, you know, pre-COVID when the offices were full. All-call was great because you could just prank people. You could either call someone at their desk or you do the all-call. A lot of offices have this if you know what the code is. Poundcake probably had it at his morning job. When you were in the office, did you guys have an all-call on your phone? Like you'd pick up the handset and hit like *6 or something, and then you would be talking to the entire floor over the speakers.
No, I
didn't have that.
I didn't have that, no.
Yeah. That was really one of the hidden perks is you could do an all-call. And nobody, unless they recognized your voice, and this was the other important point, you didn't want to use your voice because those of us who are on the air have very recognizable voices. And so what you want is you want to be doing a character of some kind because then nobody knows.
What character would you use?
Oh, boy, it depends. You know, it's been so long. I don't know. I would probably pull out voice number 361.
Out of 1,000.
That's right. Like, hey, me, you know, that kind of thing. And so
Keep going. Don't just give us a little tiny bit. We want the whole character.
Bill, how do you think I got up to 1,000 voices? All right, each voice is like a few syllables. That's how I was able to cram, you know. You'd be like, hey, somebody ate my yogurt, whatever, out of the kitchen fridge. And it would be an all-call, and everybody would hear it. And maybe if you were lucky, maybe you'd get a random titter from somebody that you couldn't see because they were all the way on the other side of the office or whatever. But most people didn't care, were annoyed, and that's just as good. Sometimes annoyance, just as good. You guys know, you're on stage, you might get a groan. You won't get a laugh. A groan.
I hate groans.
Oh, groans are the best.
No.
The
I mean, it
best.
still
Groans are
resonates. Like, it's still a reaction.
Groans are great because it's all involuntary. The laughter is involuntary. The groans are involuntary. It's a reflex. And so when someone's first reaction is a groan to something, you're like, man, you're on to something. Something's going on there. So again, long story short, or rather short story long, we are in an era now with the radio station where when something like that happens, you have to you can't open the door and yell out and go, hey, FYI. You got to figure it out yourself. Or get somebody on the phone in some IT department, and then you're trying to walk them through it. What I'm trying to say is my keyboard, as far as I know, is going to be just fine. I don't have to replace it. So everybody can finally exhale.
How about that yogurt that somebody ate?
Hey, she stole my yogurt. It was peach. Peachy. It was fruit in the bottom. I didn't often go off into the yogurt tangents because, you know, there's a lot of people who are lactose intolerant. And I didn't want... You okay?
I will find that offensive if you continue, sir.
No. You wouldn't eat yogurt.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
So bringing it up is offensive to me as a lactose intolerant person is what I'm trying to get at.
So you're intolerant of my comments on lactose intolerance. Must be nice.
Anything about lactose I am intolerant to.
Be nice.
You're not allowed to talk about it. You're not allowed to draw it. You're not allowed to sing it.
Oh.
No mention of lactose, otherwise it is directly offensive.
Oh, okay.
To me and my people.
Oh, your people.
The milk
The
racist.
fella.
Yeah.
The lactose intolerance.
Yes.
I can't even draw lactose.
Don't you dare.
C12H22O11.
Nope.
I can't even draw that chemical structure.
Nope.
Wow.
Or a cup of milk. You can't draw either.
Well, I wouldn't know how to draw a cup of milk. But I would I would imagine if you're just using a pen or a pencil, it probably looks transparent. Okay. No, I wouldn't know how to do that. Anyway, so all I'm trying to say is I've got no concerns about hitting the number 1. Watch, I'll do it right now. Just did it. And nothing happened. But I've got to make something happen.
The only time he's hit number 1 in his whole career.
Yeah! All right, man.
Hey, this weekend, 2 shows
that's
Friday, 2 shows
right.
Saturday.
Yeah. We don't like that hurtful kind of humor on this
God,
show,
here we
Mary.
go.
Come
I know
on.
she's kidding.
Here we go.
Listen, if I'm not number 1, you're all out of work. So you better hope we stay where we are. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. You can watch, if you like, at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
we ask the question, is somebody killing Russia's billionaires? If so, who? This is Sad Oligarch. Listen to Sad Oligarch on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
Another $1,000 for you coming up at 2:30. It's about 10 minutes from now, if you're counting. But I will have about 5 of those keywords coming last couple of weeks for you to grab some of this money. So do not miss any of these keywords that we give you at about 30 past. That next one in a few. Guardians are off until Friday night. They will start up against somebody. Oh, the Rangers in Texas. There it is, 8:05 on Friday night. The National League finally won themselves an all-star game last night. First time in over a decade that the National League won an all-star game. If you watch that from T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Jose Ramirez looked good, though.
Yeah, had a double.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And Shohei Ohtani was like, I'm very excited to share a dugout with Jose Ramirez. So is he coming to the Guardians when he's a free agent? Probably. They're going to pay him $800 million.
It is funny. They're just going to give him the deed to Terminal Tower. It is funny the leaps that people will take given very, very minimal sports information because it's fun. You know, one guy goes, oh, I like that other guy. It's just one professional recognizing a skill in a colleague. But people have column inches to fill up, and so they go, could it be a signal that Shohei Ohtani is making a plan to come to Cleveland? And as Bill says, yes, probably. Guardians will play Friday night in Arlington against the Rangers. 8:05 is your first pitch. Here on MMS, your Cleveland Guardians, the only #1 team in their division, under 500. So very, very exciting. If you're a team in the AL Central, boy, you are loving life. I shouldn't say that. They are at exactly 500. They are the only first place team in their division to be not.
Got everybody right where they want them. Are they winners or are they losers? You don't know. You can't tell.
To have not won 50 games yet. The Guardians are at 45 and 45. They are not among the worst teams in baseball. That is an honor saved for the Royals and the soon-to-be Las Vegas A's. Boy, that's got to make them feel good. You know, having the taxpayers of Las Vegas pony up $800 million to get a team with 26 wins. And the thought is always that relocating a team will really, you know, give them a shot in the arm. They go, hey, as if they're going to get better because they're at a new stadium. But we'll see what happens. They're trying to figure out what they're going to call the A's when they move to Las Vegas. I've written them.
I always love coming up with a new name for a team. They never take my ideas, but
what idea did you send them? Because I sent them one.
You sent them one?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the Las Vegas. I got nothing. What do you got?
Luckies.
No, that's stupid.
Sevens.
Dumb.
No,
Dice.
I told them to just call them the A's, but it's VEGA''S.
Like the A.
The Vegas.
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 The Vegas.
Vincent Vegas.
Vegas. Nobody could have fun with that. So
Las Vegas Droughts.
Something. Yeah, boy, you'd never know it when you're in a place like Phoenix or Vegas. You'd never know it. That
Las Vegas Showgirls.
That the water wars are about 5 years away. Everybody's walking around just kind of the fountains outside the Bellagio are spraying high and far like they normally would. And life goes unchanged in places like that. So it's, I mean, listen, it's what, you know, you don't want to be walking around town with a sad sack face, constantly thinking about, hey, there's going to be no water here. And if Vegas got their own situation. You know, but the further out you get, the weirder it becomes.
Las Vegas Pawn Stars.
The Pawn Stars.
Yeah, that's where Pawn Stars is shot, right?
Is it? Is that show still on? I haven't watched that show in about 10 years.
But it was filmed there.
Filmed there.
Didn't the granddad die or something like that?
Yeah.
The old man?
He used to talk out, like he had a stroke or something, and so he used to like talk out of the side of his face for like a long time. That's how I remembered him.
You mean he would talk behind people's backs?
No.
Oh.
He would literally talk out of the side of his face because like it was like, I don't know, he had complications.
Like Bell's palsy or something like that?
Something like that. Complications from the stroke.
Yeah. Las Vegas Aces. That shows you how not tuned in to women's basketball people are. The Las Vegas Aces is already their WNBA team. And I imagine that the men's baseball team inbound from Oakland would probably... I would imagine...
Can't they call it?
I would imagine somebody would be upset if they just took the name that the WNBA team already had.
That's why you go with the Jacks.
The Royal Flushes.
Can't they call the WNBA team the WNBAs?
Am I the only one? Cody Poundcake Brown, everyone. Poundcake's going to be out on Friday because he's helping his mother move.
Yep.
His mother's not aware that he has a job.
Las Vegas.
No, she's fully aware.
The Las Vegas what?
Bankrupts.
Second mortgage.
All right, here come the bankrupts and taking the field, everyone. Did your mom ask you to help?
Slots?
Yes.
And what did you say?
Yes.
So, Mom, I have to work.
Well, that's why I'm only taking off one day. She honestly.
She wanted to take off a week.
She
Holy
needs the help.
mackerel.
She's downsizing, so a lot of the stuff is being brought up from the basement, down from the attic, down from the second floor, and the first floor, and the garage. So.
So just you and your brother and her?
Well, my brother can't really help too much because.
I see.
His leg.
Yeah.
He's got like a bum leg.
He's got a bum leg.
Well, because of the accident.
I understand.
And then so it's just me, my cousin, and my mom, and then we have like a U-Haul just for that day to get like the big stuff. The rest of the stuff.
Did you have to get the big U-Haul?
I haven't seen it yet, so I don't know.
She didn't tell you what size she got? It's probably not. I mean, it's probably she's moving out of a house. She didn't get a box truck, right?
No, it's probably going to be a bigger one.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to drive that. So.
Have you ever driven a U-Haul truck before?
I've done.
Please take video of this. Please have someone film this.
Well, I've done like bigger trucks for doing weddings. So I mean.
You drive the vehicle.
Sometimes.
Oh, okay.
Not all the time.
MC Wettings?
Yeah.
Now, are you concerned as MC Wettings, your efficient or your host alter ego, that you might be replaced by that Chat GPT? You know, I played that clip yesterday of that couple that had Chat GPT officiate their wedding. Are you worried? I know you're hosting the reception and things like that. You're not officiating, but you could be asked to. Are you worried that you might be out of a wedding gig with AI?
I mean, sure, but any job that I do could honestly be replaced. I recruit in the morning, I do this show in the afternoon, and then I do MC weddings on the weekends. All of them could be replaced with a computer that's a lot smarter and, wittier than I am. But they're just not me. So it just depends on what you want. If you want to help a gay black man just try to make a way, then...
Oh, so you're hanging with the coming AI apocalypse, you're putting all your eggs in the black and gay basket.
I'm like, do you want some diversity? It's like, well, our Chat GPT is also identifies as gay and black, so you're out.
Our Chat GPT is automatically racist, so we don't want anything to do with either of those things.
I identify as black and gay.
Uh-huh.
I'm black, and I'm gay.
Blacker and gayer than Poundcake because I am a full bottom.
Wow.
Like, okay, wow.
Okay. Well, there you go. Congratulations. So you'll be loading up. It's a good thing, Gesundheit.
Oh, my goodness.
And again, it's a good thing that you've been working out as much as you have because you're going to be lifting like credenzas and end tables and things.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it.
Now, do you have to wrap your mother's huge black Santa Hummel collection in bubble wrap? Didn't you say she has a bunch of black Santas?
Does.
Or yeah,
it's like in the garage or it's in storage somewhere. I don't know. She's very protective of it, so I think it's already in like big tins or something.
That was probably one of the first things she packed.
Probably already wrapped up, but
right.
But she hasn't moved in a long time, so she's accumulated a lot of stuff. So
her current place, she's like, this is just too big. I don't need all this room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's moving to like a one-level ranch style house.
That's redundant. A ranch
style.
Gotcha.
House,
okay. All right.
But yeah, so I need a day, and I just can't balance it all. I can't do all the moving because I'm moving her Friday. I'm moving my boyfriend Saturday.
Boy, look at you.
And then I'm
The
moving.
moving man.
You're going to be exhausted from helping people.
But then I need them to help me because I'm moving.
I know. But this is what it is. Is your mom going to help you move?
Probably not because she would have to take the highway to get to my house.
But I thought she was getting increasingly comfortable with the highway. Or is it just still that one time?
She did it the one time, and then she's like, I did it. And so she goes right back to her old ways. It's like...
Isn't it interesting that people who only do things once and then pat themselves on the back
just
because
to prove they can.
Yeah, they just did it. Doesn't matter how great it was. Doesn't matter how much more convenient it is. They go, I did it one time. Okay, good. I can go back to wasting my time on the back roads.
I'm trying to take it one day at a time because it is rather. I'm already exhausted.
You got a busy weekend then.
Because my mom was sitting there talking about she hasn't moved in a while, so I don't think she remembers the process. She was like, "Oh, we're just gonna move these big Chester drawers with all the drawers in them." I said, "Oh no, you're not."
No, Chester
drawers? What are Chester drawers?
Isn't that what they're called? I don't know what the
Chester drawers.
You mean like a Chesterfield?
I think he's saying
chest of drawers is what he's saying.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
I thought they were. I thought it was a different type of drawer.
You beautiful, beautiful dummy. Oh, I love it.
Okay, here's the thing. When you throw Chester drawers into Google, lots and lots of people make this mistake.
I'm not saying he's the only one. It's still dumb.
What's funny is it says, what are Chester drawers used for? And then the definite, the description says, chests of drawers.
Yeah.
It's got to correct it on every single one.
I mean, you can put Chester drawers in at Amazon, and it will show you chests of drawers and, See, like autocorrect or that, when they do SEO, they have to allow... dummies are buying stuff too.
Chester drawers.
Yeah.
That's okay. I used to call it a Cheerio cabinet.
Yeah, when you were 2 or 3,
when
probably.
I was like 15.
Well.
They corrected me, but then we thought it was funny, so then it stuck.
But I don't even know what a curio is. Was that a brand name of something?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like we have a curio cabinet. It's got whatever, full of milk glass in it or something. But I don't know why it's called that.
Let's see. Name, origin. Wait a minute.
Like your
they used to be called Cabinets of Curiosity.
Like Guillermo del Toro's series on Netflix?
It's got a rich history of passionate collectors and exultant status seekers.
If he had
the flashiest proclamations.
If anybody's watching that series on Netflix, it's called Cabinet of Curiosities. If he had called it Curio of Horror, that would have been fun too. But maybe wouldn't have gotten the point across. Okay, I got to give you some money. How much is a good curiosity cabinet these days, Mary? What are you looking at there? How much is...
Probably about $1,000.
Oh, beautiful. You got some Hummels that don't have a home. You got grandma's plates that you want to put on display.
Hummels?
Yeah. Homeless Hummels. Here's $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, we have lost a hero in this country. And... man, I can't imagine anybody saw it coming. I told you a couple of weeks ago about the guy who opened a store in Canada where he was openly selling heroin and cocaine and meth and ecstasy. A guy named Jerry Martin in Vancouver has died of an overdose.
No way.
No one could have seen this coming.
You don't get high on your own supply, Jerry.
What about on your day off?
There is no day off in the illicit drug trade. He was 51 years old, according to his partner, Krista Thomas. Hey, there's hope for you yet, guys. This guy was able to keep a woman. He was hospitalized because of a fentanyl overdose. But this was the guy. And I think the city shut the store down after like a week or something. This guy made a big deal about the fact that he had a storefront and he had signs printed up and everything. 18 and over, adults only. It was called the Drugs Store. Clever.
Perfect.
And you had to have an ID. There was a possession limit per drug, per purchase, per person. No exemptions. I don't know what kind of permitting he had. But,
probably not
well,
much.
he had some really official-looking signs with all the pricing out there, you know. You get a tiny bag of horse for $25. That'll get you right for a little while. And so the city of Vancouver, which is a city rife with drug issues, I think finally shut it down. But he was open there for a few days, openly selling these drugs. Of course, Vancouver is a city that has among other things, a huge teen homeless problem. And any city that has that is obviously going to have a lot of drug issues as well. So this guy knew his market. But in Canada, you know, down here we kind of associate Canada with free healthcare, among other things. I mean, you also associate it with syrup, right? Mm-hmm. Which I think is covered by their free healthcare. Bears, which a lot of people don't know. Bears in Canada, also free healthcare. And so they have been, quite frankly, the world leader in bear healthcare up there in Canada, too. It's not something outside of your...
Take that, Russia.
It's not something outside of your American zoos that really gets a lot of thought. But Canada, and make no mistake, you know, people think that...
they have the right to bear bodies, not just arms.
That's right.
Here, we'll cover the arms. That's it.
Uh-huh. They'll do all of it. They don't care. You know, we think of Canada as kind of this otherworldly place, but Canada is very, very similar to the United States. There's still a lot of guns in Canada. There's a lot of racism in Canada. You know, humans are humans, and human problems are experienced everywhere, just to varying degrees. But boy, I don't know if anybody could have seen that coming, that Jerry Martin would die of an overdose. Now, there's no indication that it was from anything in his own store. But who knows? When you're around it, might be tough. You go, just a little taste, you know? How are you going to get people to buy if you can't tell them that it's of high quality?
Got to know what you're selling, man.
That's right. What, am I not going to have any of my own bagels? You know, I'll cut a corner and go, look, great.
You should have one.
Hey, you guys want to come in here? And also, one of our bureau chiefs at home in Chicago sent me this. They have an accused serial cat killer in custody. This is a 22-year-old dude who was killing his mother's kittens and then buying look-alike replacements so that she wouldn't find out. He just loved killing cats so much. Sometimes he would take photos. Sometimes he would take videos. He drowned some of them. They suspect that he microwaved some of them.
Oh, my God. What the? How many did he do? How many did he kill?
It said about half a dozen.
Wow. And each one of them has 9 lives.
Now, let me think about, how many would that be total? There's simply no way to know. What?
Oh.
I think you might be right.
54 lives he ended.
Here's my question.
What?
And it's a small detail, and it's, sure, it's morbid, but if you're going to microwave the kittens, how long?
Popcorn.
You set it on popcorn.
Yeah.
That's a good 4 minutes, 3 minutes.
3.5.
Plus, you got to listen. Now, is it like the popcorn where you have to listen for it to stop popping?
I can't talk about this. This is, I'm really trying to go along with it, but I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that's a little much.
Do you listen for it to stop popping before you open it up? Martell's girlfriend gave police pictures and videos she found on his phone.
Ugh.
He recently told his partner that he just enjoyed killing cats, and he's been like that since he was 8.
That's serial killer stuff.
I like how people just hang their hat on how they've been since they were a kid. Well, I've always been like that. I never had any interest in changing or growing up or maturing as an individual. His girlfriend said that he kicked her out after she told him to stop buying the cats, only to immediately call her for more money to buy another kitten.
Why? Okay.
He told her he had microwaved 3 cats and put them in the pantry of his apartment, where police found a bag containing what looked like parts of multiple kittens.
So
they have
messed up.
Listen,
Why are we talking about this?
It was sent to me.
But I don't know. People send you stuff all the time we don't talk about. I don't want to talk about this.
I don't care.
Okay.
What do you mean you don't want to talk about it?
It's
I want to
gross.
talk about it.
Okay, talk
How
about it.
long do you hit the button when you're going to microwave a cat?
I don't know.
How do you get all sensitive all of a
Cat
sudden?
attack, sensitive. It's disgusting.
Yeah, so what?
So I don't want to talk about microwaving cats. I don't think that's...
I'd say 3 minutes.
Well, Mary said popcorn.
No,
But like my current microwave doesn't have a popcorn button on it.
You need a better microwave.
I do a microwave, like whenever I put
How are you a
something.
millionaire? You don't have a popcorn button on your
Better than
microwave.
because I'm not a millionaire. Better than the Drew Barrymore line of microwaves, Mary.
Yes.
But it's got a B on it. What, Cody?
Do you have like a stew button or like a soup?
Do you have a microwave?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a stew button on
Yeah,
it?
there's a soup button.
There is not a soup button. Oh, is there?
There's a soup button.
You said stew, though.
He said stew.
It sometimes said stew or soup.
Wait, well, I don't know what he's got. I have to take his word for it. Does it say stew/soup?
No.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, you can simmer some stuff, right? Stew, don't you have to cover a pot? Stew is best stovetop.
But it's like if you put in like ramen noodles, that would count as soup. It wouldn't count as a stew.
Oh, yeah?
So I think you just put it on, and then you can just add a little 30 seconds when you see that nice little boil at the top.
I can't do soup in the microwave because you'll end up with a white-hot bowl and ice-cold soup. And I got to do it if I'm going to have soup or if I'm making my own chili. Obviously, if you're making the chili, it's got to be stovetop. But if I'm cooking soup, in a pot on the stove.
Got to stop halfway through and stir it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you got to set it for 3 minutes. At a minute and a half, you stir it.
Oh, come on, man.
And then you have to
I'm supposed to be able to... The whole point of a microwave is you push a button, you pull it out, it's done.
Couldn't be simpler.
It's an extra 5 seconds.
I got to stop it halfway through and stir it.
Yeah, extra 5 seconds of your life. And you have less dishes to do.
Yeah.
How so?
You have to wash the pot after you're done.
I don't mind washing
it. And the ladle.
Mm-hmm. I lick the ladle clean, then I put it back in the drawer.
There you go. That's
you probably put it back in the soup.
What's that? Put it back in the soup.
And then someone else comes up behind you and then just...
The proper way is to put whatever you cook the soup in the fridge and forget about it for at least a week or two. And then you clean it. Yes.
Till it gets the film on it. You peel the film off.
And then you can just kind of plop it out.
I've done that before.
In the shape of the container it was in.
Exactly.
I literally done that
And then you
before.
stuff it down the garbage disposal. That's the best way to enjoy soup.
Standalone soup.
Mm-hmm.
It's a soup.
Or put a
bowl.
popsicle stick in it, freeze it, pull it out.
Soupsicles?
That's your Polar Blast.
It's really top heavy, but soupsicle. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you'll get your pictures, and you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victor.
certified pre-owned or in transit, is online for shopping at driveclassicchevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 cash or trade down, plus taxes and fees. Offer ends 7/31/23.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Girls, this is your opportunity right here. A nice boy, let me tell you that.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? Do it there. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to watch? Who's helping out today? Borby Dortwhopper. Hey, thanks, Borby. Got a Poundcake sports break for you a little bit later on in the program, as it is a Wednesday. Is there a new Poundcake podcast, by the way?
There is not.
There is not. Okay. Is there one coming next week?
I don't know. I haven't
He's got a lot of moving to do. So
oh, that's true.
my guess
You do.
is
He's got a big
probably not gonna
weekend.
have time.
All right. Well, something to look forward to then, I guess. I will have the next Buzzard bike key for you within the next half an hour as well, probably before I go into that 3:10 break. This is the last week that you can get yourself one of these keys. So if you struck out thus far, you still have a handful of chances tomorrow and Friday. I guess that would be 6 more keys because Rover has one, Stansbury has one, and then I have one. So you'll get mine, the last one today, around 3:10, and then we're going to tell you about where to join us when we give this thing away. All the people who have won keys, one of them will fire up this 2022 Custom Harley, brand new, courtesy of Budweiser and MMS. We'll tell you where we're going to do that. I'll be your host for that. Very excited to see who fires up this Harley. I hope it's not the second person, you know?
Or the first.
You do one of these things, and I've done many of them over the course of my career, you know. I did, when I was on in Detroit, we did a big car giveaway, and I was doing the show. It was on in the morning then, and I was doing my show from a car dealership who had sponsored the car and whatever. And it was a big deal. It had all the qualifiers there, all the people who are ready to see who won. It was this sweet, it was like a Dodge Hellcat or something, right? It was all tricked out and doing the show live and talking to people. And, oh, it's exciting. And we're going to, here's this guy. I got like 30 people there with keys. And the first guy starts it right up. It's like, all right, everybody, thanks for coming. Hey, it's a lot of fun. Because you end up with 29 pissed off people. But
You're going to have 29 pissed off people anyway.
Well, but the way we're going to do it with this is, hopefully they'll have a couple of pops in them and they'll feel all right. We were doing it in the morning at a car dealership. Now, it was Detroit. So, yes, there were some people who were already drunk.
The workers.
Some third shifters who were coming off, and that's fine, too.
They went a car and then drunk drive it out of the
Hey, man, I fired it right up. Thanks.
Did you know about it? It's a free car. I did wait that time you had free car. I'll drive wherever I need to drive it. You say $10,000 for DUI, guess what? It's a free car.
$10,000 for a DUI?
I think that's the number, right?
Wow, is it?
That's what they say.
That can't be right. So these guys don't have a pot to piss in and have 8 DUIs?
And no money.
Right, but that can't be right.
Well, a lot of them just end up carrying debt with them.
Yeah.
Is that
DUI
how it works?
can cost you $20,000 or more, according to Forbes magazine. While every DUI is different, there's many factors.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Because they take into account like time off work, if any damage happens to your car.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they're kind of
all
told. They're figuring court costs and all this kind of crap. I'm just wondering, what is the?
I want to know what the out-of-pocket expenses.
Okay, bail. First of all, if you get arrested, when you get arrested for a DUI, bail can be anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000, and you have to pay 10% of that for bond. Your attorney's
you could
fees,
be out. I mean, at the top, you could be out with $500.
Court fines, several $100s on your first, and then it goes up from there.
So they're figuring everything in.
DMV fees to like reinstate your license and all that kind of stuff.
Wow.
Towing and storage fees. So the thing that you got to blow into your car, you got to put one of those in there. You have to go to traffic school, which can cost up to $1,000.
Then how are people doing this multiple times?
They just don't have money. So if they get a DUI in a car,
but don't you eventually get thrown in jail?
I don't
They're
know.
a little lax about it, from what I can tell.
It certainly seems to be, but
a lot of people, a lot of chances.
I had a friend.
I would think you'd end up frigging homeless.
Well, a lot of people do. I had a friend who got her third DUI, and they gave her the choice of 6 months house arrest or 30 days in jail. So, I mean, it gets to a point where, yes,
Don't tell me. She took the house arrest.
She did. Yes, she did.
I don't know. I think I would do the 30 days in jail because you just get it over with.
You would not.
You just get it over with.
Then sitting in your house, you would already do that anyway.
6 months.
And they let you go to work, right?
I think she had to apply for work privileges halfway through. That they didn't give it to her right away, because it's a punishment. And she worked at a bar. My other friend, she had 4 of them, and they made her quit her job at the bar. They're like, you are no longer allowed in the state of Ohio to be legally employed at a place that serves alcohol.
Oh, yeah, if you're a bartender, sure.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're working in an office or something, you could make the case that, I got to go to work. So then what do? You sit at your house with no money?
That's the whole point. This is a
punishment.
punishment.
But how do people pay their bills?
It's a punishment.
I don't understand what people are doing where they're like, I just get my 8th DUI. I'm 80 grand in the hole. How do you live?
It gets to a certain point where you don't care anymore. It's an unfathomable amount of money to pay
isn't
back.
everyone coming after you for the money?
What are they going to do?
You tell me. I'm not law enforcement.
So what I'm telling you is there's nothing to take. What are you going to take?
They can't put you in jail?
They probably could.
Well, we have people hitting us up all the time yeah, man, I got 8 and I'm out here driving and
But
wow.
if they put you in jail, that might cost more money than you owe them to house you and feed you and keep you warm and, all day, every day.
People, even with all of the technological advances in vehicular transportation that we've got, people cannot stop drinking and driving. They cannot. I wish I could quit you. Drinking and driving.
Almost
I just can't. They're spitting in their hand. Huh?
Almost like it's an addiction.
Don't get me started.
Or something that their body has become chemically
You're not
addicted
on.
You're not back to dead cats.
You're not addicted to driving when you're drunk.
You're addicted
Alcohol,
to drinking.
That's got nothing. That's half of the equation.
Sure.
Drinking is a lot of fun. It's the driving part.
It's the part where you're already gone, dude. You're blotto. You don't know what you're doing.
There's plenty of
people. Someone gonna physically take your keys from you?
There
No,
are
they don't care what you
plenty
do.
of people who drink a lot and don't drive home.
Yes, but those aren't the people who get
You can't.
DUIs.
You can. I know.
We're talking about people
You're
who get DUIs.
never going to make the case that people are. Your Honor, I'm a DUI addict.
No. I'm not saying that they're addicted to driving while drunk. I'm saying usually the people who get multiple DUIs have an issue with their drinking.
Well, obviously.
It's not casual drinkers who go out and have 2 that are getting DUIs.
No one's arguing that.
So that's what I'm saying.
But
is
that's
that the
still
people who are driving, you're like, why can't they stop?
Why can't they stop the driving part?
They're already blacked out.
They're not.
It's like trying to talk sense into a wall.
If they're blacked out, that's who you find passed out
Well,
in the front
don't
seat.
drive. That was
Dude,
easy.
No, I blacked out and crashed 6 cars.
You just didn't get a DUI.
I never got a DUI. I got lucky, but I'm saying it's not that I was in oh, you know what? I have had 18 shots of Jameson tonight. I probably shouldn't drive. Nobody's thinking like that. You're thinking I had 18 shots of Jameson tonight. My brain stopped working 40 minutes ago.
And you've mentioned this before, and I'm going to bet you probably didn't get out and leave a note under their windshield wiper.
I never hit another car. I always hit
I
guardrails.
thought you hit parked cars and
no,
stuff.
No, I've never hit another car.
I thought the last one was another car.
The last one wasn't. It was. They were stopped, and I just tapped into their bumper.
I was envisioning
there was
you.
No damage on either side.
I was envisioning you in your blackout drunk days leaving behind a trail of dented cars, and nobody knows. You were like the mystery car smasher.
No.
There's all these angry people throughout Northeast Ohio who. If I ever catch the person who hit my car back in November of 2017,
no, I'd always hop
I'd
a curb
thrash them
and run into a telephone pole or something like that, and then my car is totaled. And there's nothing we can do about it. But what I'm saying is that someone like me, it's not that I'm addicted to the driving; it's that I'm so far gone by the time it is time to drive that you're not going to tell me no.
Gotcha. Hey, Desiree.
sometimes go home, like someone drive you home and then you go back to the bar?
All the time.
Like,
you'd walk?
I'd walk or I'd take an Uber. Or they'd be like, oh, it's time to go. You've passed out on the toilet.
So
And I would
why
just
take an
to
Uber
another
there
bar.
but not take an Uber home?
Because they took me away from my car. If I had my car at my house, I would have driven it.
So your friends trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
You completely pissed all over their good intentions.
Well, I wasn't there.
Thanks for getting me home. I'm going back to the bar.
I didn't tell them that.
But they
drop
would
me off
they
and
would
then-
find out
No, there's no
when
way for
you
them to find
crashed
out.
your car on the way home.
I wouldn't go back to that same bar usually
go,
because I'd
"Wait a
gotten
second."
cut off there.
But your friends wouldn't be like, "Wait, didn't I take you home the other night?" Yes, but then I went back and crashed my car.
It never happened in that sequence.
Really?
I would go back to a different bar because 90% of the time, if someone's taking me home,
Alan.
I wasn't allowed to go back to that bar. I'd fallen asleep there. They'd cut me off. I puked.
No, I don't mean that. A friend takes you home.
Right.
I would imagine friends you have conversations with, that friend, no matter what bar you went back to, that friend would never find out that you went back to
How
a
would
bar.
they?
I don't know, conversations or, hey, did
I'm
you
not
hear?
going to tell them.
No, but okay.
And I'm also
how
not
would they
going
know?
out and drinking with other people.
'Cause
I'm
people-
drinking by myself.
Oh, all right.
I'm not like calling up my whole phone book like, hey, let's go out. At that point, no one wants to hang out with you
It doesn't
anyway.
sound like you know what you were doing because you were blacked out all the time.
Right, but what I'm trying
That's
to...
what you say. I didn't know what I was doing, so who do you know who you called?
But what I'm explaining to you is that when people get to the level of alcoholism, they don't really want to do it with other people. I want to go get drunk at the bar by myself.
Like Mickey Rourke and Barfly.
Sure. That's a nice contemporary reference that a lot of people probably get.
It's from the 80s.
It's 40 years ago.
That is, isn't it?
Yes.
So depressing. Drinks for all my friends. That's a great movie, though. Don't piss on Barfly.
And nobody's
great
pissing on it.
movie.
We
Or is
just-
it Barfly? Is it an adjective or adverb?
Barfly.
Barfly?
Oh,
He was acting very Barfly.
yeah, he got so drunk he was Barfly.
I mean, it makes sense.
Mickey Rourke had a dramatic role of his life. Barfly. Hey, Desiree.
Hello, my dear.
How are you?
And Mary, thank you for being so honest about your alcoholism. That's greatly appreciated.
Yep, no problem.
But yes, it is $10,000.
Oh, my. You know this from personal experience, Desiree?
I had one 7 years ago. It cost me $10,000 between the lawyer, the judge, getting my car back, getting my license back, getting my insurance back, and then Mary knows this. You have to go through the 3-day detention at a hotel room.
Summer camp, yeah.
To learn about.
Is the
But Mary never had a DUI, so she never actually had
I don't
to
know
go
about
through
it
that.
personally, but I had a lot of
But I
friends
think we've
who
heard what Desiree is talking about, though. Desiree, does the money, does it change based on what your BAC was or no?
Well, I was smart because my parents were police officers, so I did not do the
Oh, boy.
You didn't blow.
breathalyzer
Yep.
because depending on what ticket they're going to give you, it's on your blood alcohol level when you breathe.
I see.
like felony or like you could be triple the
Right,
legal limit
so-
and stuff.
Oh, right. So if you don't do it, it's an automatic 6 months to a year suspension, and then you have to go back to court and get a lawyer to get work privileges.
Hmm.
And if you blow, they can give you whatever they want based on your alcohol level content in your breathalyzer test.
Wow. All right. Are you doing
Yeah,
okay now,
it's-
Desiree?
Yes, I am much better. I'm in Mary's little space
Congrats.
where
All right.
No. I stopped drinking for quite a long time. I only drink every now and then. So I'm doing good, and I'm very proud of Mary. She's doing great.
All right, good.
And I appreciate her
Right back
being
at you,
on the
Desiree.
radio.
All right, there you go. Mary is on this show. She's the patron saint of people who are
She is.
currently sober from alcohol. You're welcome. She's doing
I
the.
took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
That lady sounds like she drinks again, though.
She said she was sober for a while, and then
Yeah.
she's like, better
She's got
with
it under
it.
control. You think you'll ever get there?
Oh, you kidding me? I keep having relapse dreams, man. I keep having dreams where I'm drunk and I'm like hanging out with people and having a good time and cheating on Brian. And I'm like, man, what is going on? And then I wake up, obviously very glad that they're just dreams, but they've been happening more and more frequently.
Uh-oh.
Dude, it's terrifying. When dreams feel that real and then you wake up, like I just threw away. Because in your dream, you are recognizing I'm throwing away 4 years of sobriety right now.
Yes.
It's terrifying. It feels so real.
You don't know you're having a dream.
Right. And then I get drunk and I end up at a party. I'm doing this or I'm doing drugs. And then I wake up like sweaty.
But in the dream, you're having the time of your life.
Well, no, I'm embarrassed or like I don't want people to find out about it. So I'll be like sneaking around trying to hide the fact that I'm drunk from everybody. But
that's part of the fun.
It's not fun. It's terrifying.
Oh. Alan, you are so dumb. DUI is fate. There's no control over if it happens to you or not.
It's fate that I never got one.
Are you a pansy, Alan?
Hey, Nick. Oop, hold on. Nick's in Louisville, Texas.
Alan, you are so dumb.
Oh, boy. Nick, hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Nick? What's up?
No, you're right. I just got... And Mary's right too. Can you hear me?
Yeah, turn your radio down, Nick. You're hearing us on a delay, I think.
I'm not on radio.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I've heard you the whole time. Yes, I can hear you, Nick.
Okay, I'll try back.
Okay, thank you, Nick.
Why he got his 4th DUI.
He was calling from Louisville, Texas. Maybe their phone's down there on the electrical grid, and it's melting before our very eyes. I don't know.
Is that happening again down there?
Oh, it's always happening in Texas. The only thing saving their ass is solar power, renewable saving their ass. They don't want to talk about that, but that's what's happening.
At least the stars at night are big and bright.
That's right. And the cops could never pinpoint the one vehicle because wasn't Mary's car like 6 different colors? Did you keep having panels replaced on the car?
My last car that
you had like
I
a patchwork quilt car?
The one that I got before this one. The hood was black.
Yeah.
The car was gold, but half of the car was completely dented in. The whole passenger side was dented in from a guardrail.
So not exactly inconspicuous for somebody. If somebody had seen you driving erratically, they go, can you describe the car? And under normal circumstances, somebody go, it was a blue Chevy. In your circumstance, they go, oh, yeah, it was a gold car with red doors and a black hood.
And a window that's just tape.
Yeah, we got an APB on Ziploc plastic over the back windshield. Yeah.
That was my last one, and then I crashed that one for good. I totaled that one, and then I quit drinking, and now I have the car I have now.
Alan, I had to go to drunk class after a DUI, and my ex-high school girlfriend was in there with me. Hey, back together again.
What a
just
meet
That's
cute.
fate. That sounds.
That's fate. Now they're pregnant.
Yeah.
Just like old times, baby. It's like running the bleachers.
What would that rom-com be called?
That would be Walk the Line. Get it? Like a DUI test?
I don't get it.
Blowing Over?
Yeah.
Blown Away was already a bomb movie.
Yeah. A movie about bombers.
Field Sobriety.
Bomb itself.
Sweet House Arrest, Alabama.
Field Sobriety. FEELED. Field Sobriety.
Hey, let me give you this Buzzard bike key. There's only a few of them left, so I hope you get one. We got this brand new custom Harley we're giving away, MMS and Budweiser. And you got a shot at firing this thing up and putting it in your garage and zipping around town, waving at everyone you see. So if you want the Buzzard bike key to hopefully win this for yourself, be caller 10 right now, and you'll get this one. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms for your Wednesday. Otherwise, mostly cloudy skies with highs in the 70s and 80s. More showers and storms possible through the overnight tonight with lows in the 60s and 70s. For your Thursday, scattered showers and storms, highs in the 80s.
This report is sponsored by Murphy Tractor.
You get more with Murphy Tractor John Deere.
Each of our 29 locations has a diverse lineup of new, used, and rental equipment, along with a wide variety of parts inventory and experienced service technicians. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know what? You look outside today, and yeah, a lot of rain today. And then when that clears away, it'll be super humid when it gets hot again. But if the windows in your home are not where you would like them to be, you know, you read articles about like what's something you can do for your home and really add a ton of value to it. And invariably, replacing the windows in your home is a great way to do that, is a huge win for like people who are selling their home, real estate listings. You put all new windows in there. That is a huge, huge thing. Now, you might not be selling your home, but you might still want to be comfortable year-round and make sure that your energy bills aren't going all over the place. And Window Nation will give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, and you'll make no payments at all for 2 years. They're keeping their interest rate at 0%. All the other interest rates keep going up and up and up. Window Nation, you pay nothing at all for 2 years. 866-90-NATION to call, talk to somebody, make sure that you give them my name. You could just as easily go to windownation.com. Save a ton of money on your energy bills. They look awesome. Window Nation, one of the top window companies in the nation, hence the name. And they're in at Casa Cox. I love them. They're expertly installed. They're made here in Northeast Ohio. They look great. 2 free ones for every 2 you buy, no limit, and no payments at all. Nothing down, no monthly, no interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox told me all about it. Or go to windownation.com.
Hello, good people of Cleveland. It's Michael Strahan here. And tomorrow morning, Good Morning America is live right here in Cleveland, showing the whole country what makes Cleveland so great. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. on ABC News 5.
Factory incentive to dealer, plus tax, tag, title, registration, and $250 doc fee. Trade assistance with 2009 or newer trade-in. Expires 7/31/23.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer from Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. Our family started this dealership in 1919. That's over 100 years ago, and we still follow the same philosophy today of taking care of our customers with a great, no-hassle experience. What does that mean to you? It means you get great deals at Ron Marhofer Chevy. While they last, new Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs up to $7,000 off MSRP, plus payment plans to fit any budget. That's right, over 100 new Chevys are on the lot as we speak, and up to $7,000 off MSRP. Plus, we're offering $1,500 trade-in assistance when you buy a new Silverado. So if you're looking for a deal on a new Chevy, come see me, Chris Marhofer, or find new roads at ronmarhoferchevy.com.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Branch Sauce Company. This stuff is great on anything. You can spice up everything. I'm talking chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, eggs. Heck, you pour some Branch on Jeffrey's underwear, I bet it would taste great. Visit branchsauce.com or find it at your local grocery store. Branch Sauce, it covers everything.
Northeast Ohio, Mike, hot diggity dog tomato here, and I can't stop barking about Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan, because it's the dog days of summer, and we're unleashing more doggone great deals. Hurry in and sit with this man's best friend, the Doberman of discounts. Deal, the Pitbull, Belza. He'll fetch $1,000 off your new Nissan. Or stay, and he'll retrieve APRs as low as 0%. And that'll really take a bite out of your payments. You don't have to be a bloodhound to sniff out that husky bargain. Just follow your nose to Nissan in North Olmsted or I-90 Nissan. And if any other dealer anywhere else has you collared and is pulling on your chain, don't end up in his doghouse. Hightail your boxers to Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile or I-90 Nissan in Sheffield Village, because the deals are so doggone good. We're a rare breed, my friend. BigNissan.com.
Foreigner, one last time in Cleveland. Foreigner on their historic farewell tour. July 24th, Blossom Music Center. Special guest, Loverboy. Tickets on sale now, online at livenation.com. Foreigner, the Farewell Tour, part of the Northern Ohio Honda Dealers Concert Series.
Do you know the sound Dunkin' Iced makes? Of course you do. It's that sound of the ice randomly yet rhythmically shaking around the cup, creating the soundtrack to a perfect summer. And summer sure does sound good. Try Dunkin' Refreshers, iced coffee, cold brew, and lattes. America runs on Dunkin'.
At GetGo, quality is at the core of every menu item. Our 3 expert chefs fine-tune every detail, from how classic and unexpected flavors complement each other to the order each fresh ingredient is added, so that every sub, burger, salad, wrap, drink, and app at GetGo is crafted for craveability. And we're always searching for bold new recipes and ways to improve your favorites. Order amazing at GetGo Cafe Plus Market today. GetGo. Better. Believe it.
Hello, good people of Cleveland. It's Michael Strahan here. And tomorrow morning, Good Morning America is live right here in Cleveland, showing the whole country what makes Cleveland so great. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. on ABC News 5.
DQ presents... Picture this. You're getting together with all your best friends. Now picture all your best friends are actually the delicious ingredients of the new cake batter cookie dough blizzard. That's DQ soft serve, cake batter flavor, confetti cookie dough pieces, and DQ signature sprinkles. Oh, hey, it sounds like you got some pretty sweet friends. And that's worth cueing the confetti. Cookie dough! The flavor party isn't gonna last forever, so hurry in and get your cake batter fix today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Get 11% off everything at Menards and elevate the look of your home. We carry the largest selection of Hunter ceiling fans. They're perfect for adding light, comfort, and style to any room, while helping save on energy bills. Get the LED Allendale ceiling fan for just $99.99 after 11% rebate. Visit Menards today and receive 11% off all ceiling fans. Good through July 16th. Savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Hey, it's Alan Cox. Save time and help a great cause with Cars for Kids. Donate any car, running or not. You get fast, free towing, a tax-deductible receipt, and a free hotel stay. Donate now at carsforkids.org. And remember, cars with a K.
Bed bugs are no joke, so call the professionals. Where are the top places bed bugs hang out? Bed creases, folds, slats, couch creases, drapes, Jeffrey's house. Actually, Bed Bug Barbecue helped Jeffrey and his family get rid of bed bugs, and they can help you too. BedBugBarbecue.com.
Last year, as Putin launched the brutal invasion of Ukraine, Russian oligarchs suddenly started dying. More than a dozen in the space of 9 months, and most of them under suspicious circumstances. In this new podcast with me, Jake Hanrahan, we ask the question, is somebody killing Russia's billionaires? If so, who? This is Sad Oligarch. Listen to Sad Oligarch on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians when they are here at home playing the Kansas City Royals. It's going to happen in a couple of weeks, July 25th. That's a Tuesday night, 7:10 is your first pitch, right around the corner from here at Progressive Field. Tickets, info, everything else. If you've got that MLB Ballpark app during the season, you're in great shape. So we'll send you 4 tickets for that game via your app. Guardians Royals on the 25th. Good luck. Caller 10, you and 3 pals at the ballpark. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What are you guys doing here? They have to be here. What are you doing here? What's your excuse?
Back to the Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
I forgot how long ago this song was, because I have no concept of time. Porno for Pyros. Remember this band? When Perry Farrell split from Jane's Addiction. Well, Jane's Addiction didn't last very long, so when they all went their separate ways, Perry Farrell and Stephen Perkins, who was the drummer, Jane's Addiction, went off and did a band called Porno for Pyros. And they're going back out on tour after about 25 years, if you remember them. Perry Farrell, though, is a very strange face now. He's had a lot of plastic surgery done, and but it's the Horns, Thorns, and Halos tour, and it's going to be their first tour in about 25 years. I love this song because as a drummer, just watching Stephen Perkins, who is one of the most underrated drummers in rock and roll because he's so inventive. It's not like he's got this amazing, vibe or whatever. He's just a very, very inventive player. This song, he had like a piccolo snare off to the side that he's playing, supplementing the beat that's underneath it. Just a very, very cool drum nerd kind of flourish. But Porno for Pyros, if obviously they're going to do Lollapalooza because that's Perry Farrell's baby. But they're going out doing a bunch of dates. They're not coming here. You'll have to go to Chicago or Detroit to see them in October. But maybe, a lot of these initial runs for these tours, they just kind of want to dip their toe in the water and see how well it sells. And then they go, hey, we're adding more dates. So you can always take the chance that they'll add Cleveland. But the initial lineup, they don't have any Ohio dates. So you'd have to go to Chicago or Detroit or, Boston, something like that. But if you dig them, they're going back out. That's what happens when, you're an artist and you've been home for a while and you're bored and everybody's kind of buried their hatchets, I guess. That's what I have to imagine happened. But the bass player, Martin Lenoble, by the way, he's a Dutch dude, and he's been married to Christina Applegate for a long, long time.
Oh, neat.
So
how's she doing?
She's got multiple sclerosis.
I know, and she basically stepped away, retired from acting, and hope she's doing all right.
Yeah, if you watch that Dead to Me on Netflix, which I think is the last thing she did, and even before that premiered, because it was, I think, the third and final season, and she pretty much said, I'm going to look different in this show, because she had put some weight on, and, But yeah, she's to the point where she kind of can't walk without a cane, and it's very, very sad, because Christina Applegate, by all accounts, I've never met the woman, but
That's
she's
such a bummer, because walking with a cane is so great until you have to.
I've never walked with a cane. You mean a walking stick?
Yeah, like having a cane,
just like as an affectation.
Yeah, doing the old pimp walk,
like when Kramer was dressed up in the coat of many colors.
Yeah, my buddies bought me a snake cane for my birthday in February, and it's in my car, and it's cool. But I don't ever want to have to actually need it.
Is it topped with like a lucite knob with a scorpion in it or anything like that?
It's a snake head.
A snake head?
Yeah, but it is like a lucite.
Oh, that's
head.
pretty rad.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I can go grab it.
Where did they find that cane?
A truck stop.
Oh, man.
They put a lot of thought into my presents.
Yeah.
They got me a trucker hat that says "We drive the nation," and then they gave me that cane. I love it.
Christina Applegate, who is about my age, she is a lovely woman. But yeah, she survived breast cancer or something, and then right around the corner, she gets MS. My sister has MS, and it's one of those things where you don't know what form it's going to take. You just kind of, sometimes it's kind of a grenade you're waiting to go off. And Christina Applegate was like, I'm going to look different because I put some weight on, and I don't really have my full mobility. And so she says, it's never a good day with multiple sclerosis, but she has pushed on with her family. She got diagnosed August of 21. And because there's no cure for it, you have to, your mobility can be severely impaired. So at the very least, you're probably going to have a cane. Some people end up in a wheelchair. And, I don't get home that often. The last time I was home was last month for my dad's funeral. Well, the anniversary of mass of his funeral, and saw my sister, and she looks great. I forget, because some people, they're just really wrecked by it. And my sister's only in her, I think she's a year older than Mary.
Yeah, we're around.
She's born in 89, yeah.
But she has an early birthday, January or something.
She's January of 89,
yeah. I'm November of 89.
Yep. It's so wild that you're younger than my sister.
Yeah.
That's how old I am.
You're pretty old, dude.
Christ. Yeah. What?
I think.
Go ahead.
I think it'd be more wild if she was older than your sister.
You're older than his sister.
I know I am, but I'm closer to Alan in age.
That's
No,
mad
because it
words.
was-
He's never understood math.
No, because no. What I'm saying is, for a long time, my sister. Listen, I had two younger brothers. My middle brother's very close in age to me. We're 15 months apart, and then my youngest brother is 5 years behind me, and then my sister way behind all of us. But for a long time, she was like the youngest person I knew, that kind of thing. And now Mary, someone I work with, is
younger
Someone
than
you look
my-
up to, honestly.
You.
that you admire so much. Yeah, that's
I
why.
thought you were
it's-
talking about my sister.
No,
I do
no,
look
me.
up to my sister.
It's why it's throwing you off so much that you're like, how can this person that I respect and love and admire so much be 20 years younger than me?
You read my mind.
I know.
She read my mind, Bill. Somebody suggested "Do I Love You" for the rom-com.
Ah, that's perfect.
There it is.
It was staring us in the face. Alan, I heard Christina Applegate's going to do Kelly Bundy and the Married with Children animated series. That would be great. I mean, listen, it's probably a golden age, by the way, for actors who want to do voice roles now because you make a lot of money and it's very little work. People forget when there's like a random article about like John Leguizamo or Dennis Leary. They go, how are these guys so rich? They have Ice Age money.
Mm-hmm.
They have cartoon money that people don't really think of.
There's a joke in LA that I didn't realize that they call it My Little Pony money, where it's like if you can get on a huge children's show like that will or SpongeBob, something like that.
Yeah.
Like when you can get on something that will go forever.
Yeah.
You're a millionaire many times over.
It's why my buddy Harlan Williams, like out of the blue, goes, I'm just going to make my own cartoon. Why am I doing all this goofy stuff? And he creates Puppy Dog Pals. And the guy's like neck deep in dough now.
Right. It was the best thing he ever did.
Yes.
It's giving them all the freedom.
Good for him.
Did you see the interview with the executive about the writer's strike?
Yes.
I read about it, yeah.
How messed up is that?
Yeah, but okay, so the article in Deadline over the WGA strike was an anonymous executive said, we're just going to wait till these people lose their apartments and their homes, and then we'll come back to the... But that's the perception that the public has, that writers are all rich because they're working on TV shows. Like, bro, you're not going to have to wait that long. Writers are not making a ton of money. That's why they're striking. It's not like everybody, you're not talking about showrunners. You're talking about writers on shows in a writer's room of a dozen people. They're not all millionaires. Most of them are like doing other gigs.
And especially because a lot of them have been writing for streaming services, which pay exponentially less than network television or even cable.
Even network, you had to be in the game like a decade to start making serious money.
Well, my thing was like that this guy's just straight up coming out like, oh, yeah, we'll wait till you're homeless and desperate, and then we'll rehire you. But it's like, how are you supposed to go work for those people again?
But that's how every institution thinks. That's why, like, when, and listen, I'm a big union guy. I'm in SAG-AFTRA. But here's the thing. When these Starbucks or Amazon or these, they go, we've unionized. Great. Yes, in theory, that's great, except then the company will just drag it out. It requires the company to come to the table and come to the terms of a new deal. And if they don't do that, you're sitting there holding your joint. Doing what? Yeah, you unionized your Starbucks, but now what? Because then what happens is Starbucks goes, we're just going to close that location. Hey, congrats, guys. We're closing your location. So, I don't know. This notion that if you write for a television show, you're rich. They're not going to have to wait that long. And that's why a lot of these writers are like laughing when they read that quote. They were like, yeah, bro.
We're already there.
I'm already going to lose my house probably. I mean, who can go without working for 4 months? The last writer's strike 15 years ago or whatever, it lasted for 4 months because it was pre-streaming. So they were like, yeah, we need these people to get back to work. Now, there's so much content that needs writers. So like, yeah, we'll do another reality show. I mean, a couple of the over-the-air networks, their entire fall slate is going to be reality TV. Because they're like, screw you. Well, we don't want to pay you anymore.
They're bringing back Comic View on BET because they haven't. The only thing cheaper to make than reality TV is stand-up. So you're going to get a bunch of stand-up showcase
And Kevin
shows.
Hart doesn't say no to anything.
Right.
So he's bringing back Comic View. Which is, listen, I think that's good. That's objectively good. Hey, Jim, hello.
Hey, how's it going, Al?
Oh, hi, Jim.
I called in about the OBI thing. I've had 2 of them. It's been a year. And I can give you a little explanation on what the state of Ohio does.
Sure.
So, well, the first one, I guess, it was the night I got engaged with my ex-fiance. And
There's a lot to unpack there, Jim. Your DUI was the night you got engaged to your now ex-fiance.
Oh, it checks out.
Yeah. Well, and it wasn't just me. Her father-in-law her father ended up showing up, and he also got stuck in the car with me.
Bonding.
But we ended up, he was able to get out with a reckless op, even though he didn't even drive whenever he showed up. And then with me, he caught me doing 80 mile an hour going around kind of sharp corner. And it turned out that altogether, it equaled out to be about $6,000 between attorney, court costs, and just running back and forth with fuel and everything. And I had to do 40 hours of community service and 2 years probation. Well, that was all during COVID, and they ended up, like, August of 2021, I finally got sentenced. This happened in March of 2020. So they finally sentenced me, and September, the very next month after I got sentenced, I ended up totaling a car.
Mm-hmm.
And the same exact state trooper showed up.
He goes, hey, I know you. The same guy. They got like 3 cops where Jim is in New Waterford.
Yeah, actually, we have 3 cop cars, but only 1 cop's ever on duty.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, I gotta move on here, but aren't you New Waterford? You're not far from East Palestine, right?
I'm actually a volunteer firefighter, and I was out at that.
How are they doing out there? I know nobody's talking about it anymore, but it doesn't mean everything's awesome.
Oh, they're still going through and just trying to cleanse all the water and clean up all the hazmat stuff. But we also, right now, we're dealing with a underground pipeline that is burning coming straight off a gas well.
Oof.
And that's about 6 miles away from where the train derailed.
Right.
And this is another mile evacuation zone. The second one in under a year. We're killing it down here.
Oh, well, keep your nose clean out there, will you, Jim?
Oh, we'll try.
All right, thank you. There's Jim out in New Waterford. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. Another keyword, another chance for you to grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that if you're from out of state. Nick called a little earlier. He's out in Louisville, Texas. Sasha listens to us in Portland, Oregon. Justin's in Buffalo. Jackie listens in Paramus, New Jersey. You can always leave us messages, too.
Hey, Al. It's Nick from Boulder here. I feel like I need to apologize, even though I didn't do anything to you. Every time you mention Steely Dan, I kind of roll my eyes and say, old person band. I caught Dirty Work and started listening to the music. It's really good.
Yeah.
So I guess you're right.
Of course I'm right. Why is anybody doubting when I say Steely Dan is an amazing band? Dirty Work, a lot of people know from The Sopranos. Tony is driving listening to Dirty Work. Dirty Work is a great song. It's one of the few songs, because it's off their very first album. It's one of the very few songs that Donald Fagen does not sing. A guy named David Palmer was singing for Steely Dan because Donald Fagen was not completely confident in his voice work. And so he's like, well, let this other guy do it. And he goes, nah, me and Walter Beck are writing all the music and the lyrics and everything, so I'll sing all the songs. But Dirty Work has been covered a ton of times. But it was in The Sopranos. A lot of people remember it there. Play The Simpsons, right? Wasn't Homer when he oh God, he's singing the wrong lyrics to Dirty Work.
Yeah.
Great song. Love it. It's in Suicide Squad.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Anyway, but Eagles and Steely Dan are going out. The Eagles farewell tour, and they're taking Steely Dan out with them. And so I have those tickets for you all week around 420 for anybody who wants to go. But people do. Listen, he's not alone. You know, my Gwen calls him Steely Bland. Anytime I post something, about Steely Dan, she'll reply with a line of Z's or an emoji of someone sleeping or whatever. I get it. It's not for everyone.
I don't mind a
But
song
I'm a big
that I can
fan.
fall asleep to be honest. You turn on some music, you're jamming, you're kind of bobbing your head, and then you nod off. What's wrong with that?
I know.
What's wrong with that?
It's not
There's
for
different
everyone.
Music for different moods. I don't need to always be up and dancing like a maniac like Gwen.
Well, she likes what she likes.
Dancing on the floor.
I know. I mean, we all fall asleep to different kinds of music, too, I mean, I was falling asleep to last night. I was laying there, I had my headphones on. I was like, oh. I mean, I was really excited to go to sleep and had another
makes Mary want to take the
amazing
big sleep.
day. I'm sorry, what?
This makes Mary want to take the big sleep, the endless sleep.
Lots and lots of pills.
No, I don't want to do this right now because it will put me to sleep. And, of course, I don't want to fall. It's so soothing and calming. I don't want to fall asleep mid-show. That would be offensive to the audience. It would be a terrible thing for me to do. Anywho, that might be something that you might hear on a little show called 2 Hours to Midnight.
When's that on?
Oh, it's our Saturday night metal show. It's this Saturday night from 10 o'clock to midnight. And you know what? This weekend, it's the all-incarceration edition.
Nice.
Of 2 Hours to Midnight. So
it's not
2
getting
hours.
screwed up by the Guardians game?
Nope.
Just making sure.
I sure hope not. It airs right after the Guardians game. So no matter when the game ends, because Saturday's game is 4:05.
Okay.
I think we'll be okay.
Should be fine. Unless
If
it's one
there's
of
a
those,
6-hour game,
yeah.
right. But with my luck, that's exactly what will happen. Because nobody can hit. And no, so Saturday night, 10 to midnight. It's going to be all bands playing the Incarceration Festival this weekend out in Mansfield. So it's me,
Lots of
Corey
Limp
Roddick, Pat
Bizkit?
Butler. What's that?
Lots of Limp Bizkit.
Some Limp Bizkit. There's going to be Lamb of God, and there's going to be local music from a band called Dark Secret. Still going to throw some local music in there, but otherwise it's going to be all incarceration bands. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, who Mary Santora just found out who he was.
Yes.
And that's very exciting for her.
Right.
And he was in the room with her.
Mm-hmm. Brian's going to incarceration this weekend with a couple friends, and when I handed him his passes, he looked at me, and I swear to God, I thought he was going to cry.
Who is he excited to see? Did he mention?
Oh, my God. Friday is his favorite day. Let me look up the lineup real quick. He was saying how Friday is like start to finish. He wants to see someone at pretty much all times.
That's the
on
trouble with those
Friday.
kinds of festivals is you go, there's so many good bands, you're like, oh, I really have some decisions to make. So he wants to go see Limp Bizkit and Volbeat and Cold
Yes.
Chamber.
Well, he didn't know Volbeat.
Volbeat's great.
I love
I played in Volbeat. I was like, it's Clutch. And he was like, and I was like, it's pretty much Clutch. Same
Well,
guy.
Volbeat's, they're a little heavier than Clutch, but they have a little bit kind of
That's
like
what he
There's
said.
a little
He-
more
Yeah.
poppy.
I was like, yeah, but their voices sound the same.
Wow, I would not ever think that Dutch guy in Volbeat's voice sounds like Neil Fallon's voice.
I feel like they sound identical.
Really?
The lead singer of Clutch and the lead singer of Volbeat sound exactly the same to me.
Huh. Volbeat to me has got a little bit more of like a rockabilly thing hidden in there too. No, there's great bands every night.
I don't remember. I don't pay attention, Alan. I don't
He
know
wants to
any
go
of these.
see, I bet he wants to see Chelsea Grin.
Who knows?
I bet he wants to see Suicide Silence. I bet he wants to see whatever.
None of these names stick out to me.
Okay.
Because I don't This is just so far past being
Cold chamber?
for me.
POD?
Probably.
Hate breed?
Probably.
I've got to take a break. If you want to, and Steely Dan is your incarceration headliner on Sunday night. If you want to text for something, 35192, we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
views, all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey. It's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, I'm going to go see Mudvayne. They are your headliner on the Psychotherapy Sessions Tour. They're coming back along with Coal Chamber and Guar and Nonpoint and Butcher Babies. Coal Chamber and Guar do Incarceration this weekend. So if you miss them this weekend, see all of them. Friday, August 4th out at Blossom. Mudvayne and Company. Part of the Minutemen concert series. Go to livenation.com if you need any info on the show. A couple of tickets here for you. Be caller number 10 and they're yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hey, ladies. If bad puns and even worse accents get it slippery down there,
I'm so turned on, I think I'm actually getting dehydrated.
you've come to the right place.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Red Hot Chili Peppers are one of the headliners for the Global Citizen Festival. I don't know how many years they are into this, but this is not the first year they've done it. It's going to happen in Central Park in New York. It's a big, big show they do. I think every year now. It's September 23rd. You can buy tickets. They got a big old lineup of bands. They have world leaders coming out to tell you how they want to end extreme poverty, which who can't get behind that? So you can go to globalcitizenfestival.com for all the information. But the Chili Peppers are always happy to come out and do like a charity event like that. They are, if nothing else, one of the more philanthropic bands in rock and roll.
They're global citizens. They're there.
Yes, they are.
Hello.
Yes,
Man.
Yeah, they are. I don't know if it's a global live stream event, but there it is. By the way, speaking of those Mudvayne tickets, next week, Rover is going to have pit tickets for you. If you're like, I want to be a little closer to Mudvayne and Guar. Guar, by the way, is not a show that you want to see from the lawn. You want to get as close to Guar as you can
be in
get.
the blood zone.
Yes, you do. You want to be walking out with all kinds of goo in your cracks and crevices. So, next week, if you strike out with me and you want to get in the pit for that Mudvayne show, Rover will hook you up. Also, Monday, I'll be announcing the return of the Alan Cox Show cruise. I'll tell you what it's going to be, where it's going to be, how we're going to do it. You'll be able to win some passes with me here on the show. You'll be able to come out to some ticket stops. But it's been 4 years since we've done the big cruise on the river and the lake, so we're very, very happy to have it back. So I'll have all the details for you on Monday for that. I'll also have passes to check out Nothing More. If you're into those guys, they're doing the House of Blues in August. Tickets on the Jet Express. Is that the ferry that takes you out?
To Put-in Bay.
Put-in Bay, yeah.
And there's an ultimate island getaway package that we're giving away. Go to WMMS.com and register for that.
Is that also to Put-in Bay? The ultimate island?
Well, ferry tickets, golf cart. I've never been out there, so it sounds like there's a lot of stuff going on. Ferry tickets, golf cart rental, tour train tickets, passes to the Crystal Cave Winery, hotel, plus meals. But I'll have so I guess next week I'll have Jet Express tickets for you. We'll get you back and forth. But the grand prize, go to WMMS.com. And then if you want to go see Alter Bridge and Seven Dust, we'll do those next week too. You can always leave us messages if you like. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is available to you. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, it's Dustin down here in Georgia, man. I want to call real quick. Something's bothering me, man. And I'm not saying that what I'm feeling's right, but I need to get it off my chest.
What do you think it's going to be?
Mary gonna brag about being drunk, and she's gonna sit here and say that she's never crashed a car for a DUI before.
1 minute she's crashing cars, next minute she's in first class.
I'm going to take
Make
the
up
field.
your mind.
Oh, I don't think it's going to be a Mary thing.
Think it's going to be me?
I think it's just, it's either Mary or something else. I'm going to go something else.
Well, that's not. You can't do that.
It's
That's not
He
a
can
prediction.
do whatever he wants to
if
do.
you want to bet,
Tired of you
know
two.
how to gamble. You
How
can
did
bet
I
on
get in
someone.
this? I'm tired of you too.
Bill, you've been support him in his whatever.
I yelled at him for playing the cat
He
stuff
didn't
earlier.
like me doing the microwaved
Yeah,
cats.
yeah.
Which, for those of you who missed it earlier, I'm going to do it every hour on the hour. So just stick around here 4 minutes. How long do you set the timer to microwave a cat? In 4 minutes on the buzzard. Okay, let's see.
I'm just taking the field.
And I'm telling you, it really bothers me that Cody.
Oh, it's Cody!
Oh!
Pound cake, pound cake, pound cake, pound cake.
Me that
Drawing Dustin's ire.
Cody just kind of half-asses his podcast. Okay, I know he was doing it there pretty consistent for a while. Then he took a break, and then now it's like, oh, we'll put one out this week. Busy. I'm not going to do it next week. I mean, is he doing a podcast just so he can say, hey, I do it, you know? I mean, wouldn't he want to, try to make this into something, and get some sponsors or whatever? I'm like, what's the point of doing it, man, if you ain't going to give it 100%? I don't know. It just really bothers me. I don't know why. Just being honest, Cody. Just being honest. Do better, brother. Do better. See you, bye.
See, this is how you properly respond. Thanks, Dustin. Thank you for your criticism and critique, but yeah, that doesn't bother me.
See, he's learning. He's learning. But what you don't want, that's good. You don't want people who are indifferent to your work. Although I will pull back the curtain for Dustin a little bit. Doesn't matter how many commercials they put in our podcast, we don't see 1 extra cent.
Well, no.
So it's not like Poundcake is
where
going to
you're
get
wrong.
Oh, tell me how I'm wrong.
Because for the personal podcast that we do, there was they laid it out how we would get paid. Now
4 billion views.
It's close.
Yeah, of course. No. I'm just
there's
saying.
There's a threshold you can hit to get paid through the company for it.
You'll never hit it.
Yeah.
Of course. No, that I get. I'm saying I've had commercials in this podcast for years. We see 1 thin gilder from it.
Ours would qualify for those.
Of course it would.
But
this is one of the most downloaded podcasts in the entire company.
And they go, no.
We're not.
You guys don't get that.
No. No.
Let me ask.
We'll sell advertising on your show. So, but Poundcake, to Dustin's point, but again, I don't, in the early days of the podcast, I really was putting the screws to Cody because I was like, this is your bit of real estate. But he doesn't have to do what do whenever he wants to do it.
I would do it when I am able to, and I'm not going out of my way to do a free podcast for a half hour. It will.
You also shouldn't half-ass it.
I don't want to half-ass it.
That's
So
right.
that's why I wanna
Dustin,
give quality content.
Dustin
when I'm
thinks
able
you're
to do it.
half-assing it by not doing one every week. Now, that's only because you set the precedent of doing it every week. And now that it's not, but again.
But there was a time where I was doing it every week, and it was an hour long, and then they consistently would get shorter because I got busier and busier. And I want to give content, but I don't want to do it by any means necessary. I could come on and scream to the mic for 15 minutes, and there's your podcast. They're still going to put commercials in it.
Scream into the mic for 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes.
Don't do that.
And they would still put commercials in it, and it would still have my name on it, but that doesn't mean it's of quality. So I like doing the podcast. I think it's fun. If they
Son of a bitch.
If they want to pay me for extra time, that would be fantastic. But I don't think that's going to happen,
No.
and I don't have the time right now.
I have a question. You started this to kind of get. Why did you start this? Why'd you start a podcast?
Because it was fun, and I had extra things to say off air that I wanted to cover. And then my interests have kind of changed as far as like the celebrity news. I've done several podcasts. I don't know the number, but I've done several podcasts that it was just me solo, ranting, getting stuff off of my chest. But I like the podcast where I have guests or having people lined up, interviewing, whatever, better.
Would you like to join the Bill Squire show?
No.
Well, my follow-up question was, now, correct me if I'm wrong that I'm creating this in my head. I thought the podcast was going to be practice for what it would be like to have your own show.
Well, it perfectly was.
Well, that's kind of my whole point, is that if this is practice for you to have your own show, would that be something you would consider taking more seriously?
I do take it seriously when I do it. But I don't, the process of me doing my podcast is not different each episode. It's still the same layout. I'm still going to have topics to talk about, and then I put it up. So preparation for my own show per se, I have that. I've been doing that for years.
But what could you show this company if they say, okay, we have an opening in Atlanta for 7 to 11? Show us what you've got, and you would have to say, I haven't done my podcast in 3 weeks, but I did it once before that, and then I didn't do it 3 weeks before that, though.
Yeah, no, I
I don't think that would matter.
You don't think that would matter?
All he'd need to do is pick his favorite episode. They
wouldn't want to see consistency and
I'm not
numbers and
getting paid
things
for it.
like that.
They would say, "Oh, you're not getting paid for it."
Okay,
I
didn't know. I didn't know.
In the scenario in which you're trying to get hired by a radio station, they will know in 30 seconds if they like you.
And it would go.
So,
and correct me if I'm wrong, Alan. This is in my mind. I imagine it would be a sense of there's an opening. I apply for it. It would go to they would see where I work, what station I work for. They would ask the PD, do I check out? And then it would go from there.
They'd call me.
Yeah, they would go to the people you work for. They They might dig up your podcast to see if they got something on you. But other than that,
no, I thought it would be like hey, we're seeking you out. I would be applying for it. Hey, I see this open position.
I wouldn't send
Here's
them my
a whole
podcast, though.
catalog of things that I have.
I wouldn't send them my podcast.
Why not?
That's practice for me. It wouldn't be. I would send sports break from this show. I would send clips from this show where I have
it doesn't
a good
have to
one-liner.
but it could be a bunch of different things. I mean, you want versatility too.
I mean,
so you would ideally send them part of the podcast.
Or
Here's
interviews
a
or
sports
something.
break. Here's right.
Yeah,
but again, most stations they know in 30 seconds if you're something that they're looking for.
And how would they know? They would go to my podcast page and see all the episodes I have, and then they would see it stopped. I'm like, okay, well, I took a hiatus, or I may have started a new podcast. They don't know. And I would tell them, like, look, I was going through a lot right now. I'm very busy, and I did not have time to do the podcast.
Do you feel like you're letting Dustin down, though?
Hopefully.
He believes in you.
So, Alan,
Hopefully.
they wouldn't.
I hope that I am.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
They wouldn't look at that and see it as inconsistencies.
No, because I think
Like,
if he
how
was...
are you going to dedicate time to having your own show if you
No.
can't dedicate a half
Because
hour?
he
That
would-
is my job.
Easy,
What is
first
he
of all.
yelling
I don't know
about?
why he's yelling.
She was talking to me. Because he wouldn't be getting hired to do a talk show. So they would just be listening for his vibe in his presentation and kind of how. And then if something hit him right.
Okay, but see, this is why I'm so confused, because I thought the ultimate end game was for you to have a talk show, Cody. So wouldn't that be what he would be auditioning for?
But I don't.
Right?
I mean, I was a disc jockey for 10 years before I started doing talk radio.
Okay,
So
that-
it's, yeah, you don't I mean, there because of how much radio has changed and how the listeners in this market have learned to listen to this radio station where there are 2 full-time talk shows that is unheard of on a rock station in a market this size. You don't have 2 talk. That's why, two. That's why people are like, how come the show's not syndicated? And I go, A, doesn't really matter anymore because you're on the app, right? You're not making extra money because you're syndicated. B,
there's not a lot of afternoon talk shows.
Afternoon talk shows are a real hard sell. So the people who listen to this radio station, this is a unicorn. What's going on here? The
You
Rover's
don't know how
doing it for-
special you have it.
Well, I'm just saying it's really very, very unusual. So, he would not, if a station in Atlanta or something, in this company, they were like, hey, we want to talk to you about doing this. First of all, he wouldn't probably be moving to Atlanta. They'd go, hey, do you want to do this from the studio in Cleveland? Because that's a way that they don't really have to pay you much.
Yeah.
So the moving thing for people at that level is, we were just talking about Ashley AI, right?
Yeah.
That girl Ashley that when we were in Independence, she used to do nights at Kiss. And she left after a couple of years or whatever and went somewhere else. And they're using an AI version of her in Portland, Oregon. Meanwhile, she's doing mornings in Traverse City, Michigan. So Portland, which is a way bigger market than Traverse City, was like, yeah, we could pay you to be here in person, but we're just going to use your voice.
AI Poundcake.
Oof. There's a disturbance in the force. I just got a shiver down my spine.
Yeah.
AI Poundcake.
Bro, your intelligence is already artificial, so.
I would love to get sucked up.
I'll just send him all the clips I have of you.
There you go.
Hey, could you guys work this in between Cardi B and Zayn Malik?
I do have a huge penis.
Hey, it's a Poundcake Show, everybody.
I do have a huge penis.
Uh-huh. So, I don't know. This business has changed so much over the 30 years that I've been in it that I don't know how things work anymore. Because it used to be people who were on the air had gotten to a point where you really didn't, now they're just looking for warm bodies. Somebody's walking by. Hey, want to be behind a microphone? Okay, right? I wish it had been like that for me back in the day. You had to pack your crap every year and a half and move, whatever. So I genuinely don't know how it works anymore. So that's why I don't really break his balls that much about the podcast anymore. It'd be different if that was the only thing he did. Then I would say, man, you should really drill down and make this your thing. But he's on this show. He's also doing that. He's on Pride Radio. Right.
He hosts The Week in Cox, co-hosts it. He's not allowed to co-host it solo anymore.
He's allowed to host it by himself.
Well, you'll be solo this
He
week.
cannot do it by himself. This weekend, you're not even going to come in early, take a break from moving your mom to come in to co-host?
No, because I'm moving my boyfriend. That's Saturday and Sunday.
I bet he'd understand.
I'll bring in a co-host. I'll get someone. Mary, are you busy?
I'm always busy.
Saturday.
Wait,
Sunday,
Bill's looking for warm
Sunday
bodies,
morning. Sunday morning at 8 a.m.
Super busy.
We have to get here at 5 a.m. to prep.
No, I'm
Takes
way
forever.
way too busy for that.
She'll still be sleeping.
You don't want to
She
practice
did two
for the
shows
show,
at
Mary?
Hilarities the night before, right?
Yeah, 2 shows at Hilarity Saturday night.
Hey, I got a show.
Where's
No
Bill?
way.
He's,
I'm gonna be at the-
Bill's going to be performing for my people.
Yeah, the Irish Cultural Festival at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Performing at 9 o'clock on Saturday and 7 o'clock on Sunday. And
7 a.m. before the Week in Cox?
7 p.m.
Oh.
7 p.m. And then
That's my time. I got to go host
yeah.
Week in Cox, guys.
Get out of my
Hey, I'm
way.
Bill Squire. Get out of my way.
And Cody, don't give me lip. In this practice for young, I'm not the one who said I wanted to have it by age 30, Mr. 31-year-old.
She is right, and
I'm
that's
30
what.
and 3/4.
But that's why when you first started on this show and you said I want to have my own show by the time I'm 30, that's why I was so
Laughed at
hard
you.
on you, because I was like, here's what you should do, and then he stopped listening to me, so I stopped talking. But
Throw
I don't-
nothing in my face.
who knows?
Like I'm slacking.
No, Mary's right. If that's what you wanted to do, you are very much behind the 8 ball on it. Your timeline has been very,
Because I'm chillaxing.
has not. Cool. That's how people get ahead. They
yeah,
chillax.
that's
chillaxing
usually-
is
31.
really important.
In the
to chillax.
entertainment business, it's really important
Chillax it
to
out.
not. It's really important to not hustle. I'm sure something will fall into your lap. This fell into your lap. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's fate. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
you're lucky an intern sued the company.
That's what I'm saying.
It is
Whatever is
fate.
for you is for you.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Well, he is the master of his domain. He's the captain of his own ship, and so I don't tell him what to do.
The king of WMMS hotline.
I just want to make sure that people know when there is a new Poundcake podcast.
Yeah, I will. I'll
There's new
post it.
episodes of the Bill Squire Show every week.
I don't have a podcast.
So
It's on iHeartRadio.
Just come see me live. That's a podcast. I
Yeah.
do a podcast, 45 minutes a show.
On stage.
Yes. Come see my live podcast at Hilarities this weekend.
Mhm.
What if we start calling it that?
What's that?
That's kind of what people who get famous on TikTok do? They just do like a live podcast on
just
stage.
and
They're just like talking, doing a Q&A.
Yep.
I'll do that.
You can do a live. Like, I don't use TikTok enough to know that you can go live. Like, so you can go live without just like Instagram live.
Yeah.
Oh, neat.
Hey, you know what you should do, Poundcake?
Yes.
Threads. Are you on Threads? Have you checked out Threads?
No, I'm not on
Hey, are you on Threads?
I'm on Threads.
I'm not on
Bill, are you on Threads?
I'm on Threads.
I'm on Threads. Are you on Threads?
At Bill Squire, Threads.
Oh, God.
It's part of the hustle. It's part of the hustle.
Well, it's so funny, though, where people
Gotta
are
be
like,
on there. 100 million users.
There's finally a Twitter killer. Like, who cares? Everybody already hates Twitter. If you're still on it, you're gonna stay on it. You're not gonna get off and get out. Who cares? It's so silly. Like, dick around on it if you want, and don't if you don't.
That's
it's
all.
Immaterial.
I'm just using it as a place to write, like Twitter, just write quick jokes. But I feel like on Twitter that went away because everybody just got into arguments and crap like that.
And it'll go away on Threads.
I know, but for now I'm gonna write some stupid stuff like today.
Well, that's why people like it now, because they remember what the early days of Twitter were. And they go,
that's why I
oh,
like
this is
Twitter."
great. Except it's not going to stay like that.
Well,
so
I'm gonna enjoy it while I can.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to break here. I will have, those Eagles Steely Dan tickets for the aforementioned. Eagles are going on the long goodbye, their farewell tour, and they're taking Steely Dan, their former rivals. They've mended their fences, and they're all going out, and they're coming to Cleveland. So they're going to play in October at the Romo Fijo. So if you want to see the Eagles one last time, maybe for the first time ever. I've never seen the Eagles. I can't wait for that show. So I'll have those for you after the break. Go to text for anything else, 35192, or AlanCoxShow.com to hit us up.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your
Radio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, the Eagles have decided to do it one more time. Don Henley is the last original member left. It's going to be Timothy B. Schmidt. It's Joe Walsh. It's Vince Gill. And Deacon Fry, the late Glenn Fry's kid. Eagles, the Long Goodbye Tour. They're taking Steely Dan out with them. Tuesday, October 17th is when this is going to go down at the Romo Fijo. These tickets are not on sale yet, so you'll grab them before that happens. They'll go on sale Friday morning, 10 a.m., rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. Okay, so you can get the jump on everybody else here. Caller 10, want to go see Eagles with Steely Dan? Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
By the way, maybe you don't want to wait to see a Steely Dan. You can go see a Steely Dan tribute band. They're called Brooklyn Charmers. They're going to play the Winchester on Friday night. They're young dudes. These guys are out of Chicago. And one of them, I think, has got to be the kid who sings. His name's Colin Peterick, and he's got to be a relative of Jim Peterick, who is kind of the Michael Stanley of Chicago. He's the guy who founded Survivor. He was in a band called Ides of March, had a big hit called Vehicle. And so I would imagine he's got to be related to him. But for people who think Steely Dan is old man music, this is a septet of young dudes that are on tour. And I thought it was a local band. I didn't know anything about them. But they're playing the Winchester on Friday night. They're called Brooklyn Charmers.
Can't make it. I'm going to a comedy show.
Is it a comedy show that you're performing?
It's not.
Oh.
One of the...
One of mine?
No.
I was like, were you crazy?
No, I'm going to see Ben Palmer. He's in town.
Okay.
But if you're not going to Ben Palmer, you should go see Mary.
Thanks, Bill.
Hey, there you go. Not familiar with Ben Palmer, I have to say.
Ben Palmer is a very funny guy. He's super popular on social media. He'll make these fake accounts. I've had him on my podcast a bunch of times. I've known him since he started like 15 years ago, because he started in Akron. But he makes these fake like Facebook accounts and stuff, and just messes with people with whatever a lot of people that are mad about like Black Lives Matters and stuff like that. And they're really clever and really funny.
But he has an act?
Yeah, he's got yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
Well, he goes through a lot. I mean, he's done so many of these. He kind of goes through them, and then he has jokes that he does about them. But it's a lot of fun.
I saw Jeselnik's coming. I didn't know he was coming.
Dude, that day is crazy.
It's October 7th.
October 7th is the same day that Bill Burr's going to be in Canton.
In Canton, yeah.
Theo Vaughn's going to be in Akron.
Yeah.
And Anthony Jeselnik's going to be at the Masonic.
Yeah. You know the greatest show I ever saw at the Masonic?
Alan Cox Show
The 10th annual Alan Cox Show comedy tour. What's that?
You heard it.
I didn't want to believe it when I heard it, but I did hear it, and now I think I want to believe it.
Would you say you're going to see Mary?
October 7th, I'm going to Philly to see John Mayer.
Are you going to see
John Mayer in
this
Philadelphia?
Mm-hmm. My girlfriend wants to go. She hasn't seen him, and I was like, I'll go again. So, and I also haven't gotten to spend a lot of time with her in the last year or two. So we're gonna go together.
Yeah,
and so you're repaying her by dragging her to John Mayer?
She also loves John Mayer.
What do you guys get all horned up and
No.
No?
I'm not gonna do
No snizzers?
No.
That's
not how it works.
It's not. I mean, it couldn't be.
No.
All right.
What if John asked you to?
Then yes. As long as he also participates.
John Mayer.
No,
what if he just wants to
it.
watch?
No, he just wants to know you did it.
Oh, he just wants to text
like,
confirmation?
Yeah.
Doesn't need
No.
photos, videos, nothing. He just wants to hear
Not
the
that
words.
she's a lovely woman. She's very, very attractive, but not my
What if
style.
he's just a watcher? What if he just wants to sit in the corner and watch?
Okay. I guess.
You have to you want to make John Mayer happy.
Was he going to pay us?
No.
Pay you? He's going to pay you in his approbation.
I don't want that.
You love John Mayer.
Right, but I would like him. I don't want him to watch me sleep with someone else. That's lame. What's the point?
How else are you going to entice him?
That you're making him happy.
I don't
What's
care
the point?
about that.
What's the point of going to see him?
To make me happy.
Oh.
And
But wouldn't making him happy make you happy?
No.
If it makes you happy.
All right, well,
Sings that song.
now we know. Mary and her friend will not be...
Hooking up while John Mayer watches.
There you go. While he watches.
Or while he doesn't watch.
We were talking about, before the break, everybody talking about threads and Twitter and all that. And listen, you don't have to worry about what's going to happen over at Twitter because they have gotten themselves an endorsement. Boy, you couldn't pay for that kind of endorsement. The Taliban is a big fan of Twitter. They say, hey, we're Twitter. We got nothing to worry about. Twitter is where it's at. When you've got the Taliban behind you, who could be against you? They complain that, they love Twitter because it's all about free speech. And all the other platforms are too you got to love hate groups whining about intolerance, by the way. People are so intolerant about us bombing synagogues and throwing gay people off cliffs. What's the world coming to with all that intolerance? We here at the Taliban, we're Team Musk. So, yeah, take that, Zuckerberg. Elon Musk has got the Taliban. So people are complaining already about censorship and things like that. And it's like, well, flagging something as being blatantly false is not censorship. That's literally the opposite. That's telling people, hey, none of what's in this thing is true. Like, if you can see it, it hasn't been censored. People wipe their ass with the word censorship when it comes to social media, but it still means something very specific. It is funny, though. It's really a testament to how much people despise Elon Musk that a Facebook Mark Zuckerberg product pops up and they go, woo-hoo-hoo, we're all in. They couldn't get rid of this guy fast enough before, but now they're like, but we don't, whatever. We were in Vegas. We took an Uber in a Tesla. I had never been in a Tesla before.
Did you mess up trying to open the door?
I did.
Me too. I had one when I was in Tacoma.
You got
I
to push it
picked up.
in. Yeah.
Yes. I'm like, these
Yep.
things always
It took
confuse
me a couple of seconds. Yeah. I had never been in a Tesla. And so our Uber driver picks us up. And so we're just talking to him about a 20-minute trip from dinner back to the hotel. And he was talking about, Gwen was really chatting him up. How did you like it? And all this kind of stuff. And he was talking about how he and his girl had taken it to Yellowstone to go camping. And he had to get a tow twice. And the thing is, he's like, you're out in the middle of nowhere. So it's not like you have a great signal. So you got to figure a place to get a signal so that you can call about your car. Like, just the way he was telling it, right? He's like, it's a cool car. It's great, whatever. But because I'm all for EVs, man, but I was not an early adopter on Tesla because it's like there's a lot of companies now. Everybody's all in on like EVs, and that's great. But the Tesla is the Musk-mobile. So it's full of all of his dumb nerd crap that might be funny. You got a fart horn and ha, ha, ha. But any car where, like, you can get stuck because of a software glitch, that's not the one for me, man. I mean, that's like form over function. And I know people love their Teslas, and that's fine. That's totally fine. I had never been in one before. It is super cool. I mean, he was showing us this stuff, but I'm like, man. Now, granted, I don't think it was, he was doing it. He kind of explained that they were doing it to see how it would go. Because I'm like, I can't imagine taking your Tesla to Yellowstone, like rent a Jeep, bro, or something, But I think he just wanted to see how it would go. And that's how it went. They had to get towed twice. So but because people are like, all these like Musk, stands or whatever. This is a dude who's gotten tens of billions of dollars in subsidies, in taxpayer subsidies. We should all be given a Tesla because we're paying for it. The reason the dude's rich is because we've paid him tens of billions of dollars. It's not because he sold. Yeah, there's a lot of people driving Teslas. That's not how they made their money. So, it was cool being in there. But I'm like, down the road is probably when you want to get one of these cars. What, Cody?
I don't understand how someone runs out of fuel for that thing, because I thought, like a Tesla, it may be silly. I've never.
It's a battery. You run out of charge.
I know, but I thought it had solar panels on it as well.
No.
Like, just in case something like that happens.
Nope.
If you're out in the
You
desert.
you would have to have an external battery with you, and those can get heavy.
I always thought it had like a solar panel that would come out and you can drive with that and give you some extra mileage or something.
It's not the DeLorean in Back to the Future.
Well, how come they haven't thought of that? A car powered by the sun?
Because it would, well, I'm sure they have, but I would imagine that would probably make it heavy, unnecessarily heavy. I don't know. But that's not how Teslas
It's
work.
controlled by a freaking iPad. Like, literally. You have
Well, again, I mean, on the inside, and to be real, the inside is pretty chintzy, but it looks cool. And the guy overall, he's like, I really do like the car, but he's like, but it's great for driving in the city where you can find chargers. I mean, that's the biggest obstacle to people going all in on the consumer side on EVs is, I don't want to be in the middle of nowhere and not find a charger. Now, they'll figure that out. I mean, part of these billions of dollars in infrastructure is putting more chargers out there. So that's not going to be an issue for long. But just the way this guy was telling this story was pretty interesting because I think he was just doing it to see how it would go. And he's like, yeah, he goes, I'm happy I got it. He goes, but it is kind of, your car cannot work because of a glitch. If they send an update. And there's a hiccup in the middle of it. He's like, he goes, literally, you can't turn your car on. So I'm like, yeah, I would not want that to me, for as much as people who have Teslas talk about how much they love them. And there's problems with every kind of vehicle, granted, but,
Not like that.
not like that.
What's underneath the hood of a Tesla? Like
A battery?
Giant battery.
Okay, I didn't know, because some cars where the hood is, there's like a trunk there.
And
it's the
solar
opposite.
panels are pretty much just to the, down in Texas, they've got them kind of picking up the slack on the electrical grid and things like that, and people have them on their homes. I don't know that the conversion for a vehicle would be,
I think it would take
feasible.
I was like, smarter minds.
Well, there's
probably thought about it.
new stuff going on about it. I was watching the show that Robert Downey Jr. has on.
Yeah, on Apple.
That's Iron Man.
No. It's on Max.
Downey's Rides or something.
Downey's,
yeah.
Downey be driving or whatever.
Downey be driving.
They're talking about solar energy and there's the kind that turns the UV rays into energy, but then there's another one that turns like the solar radiation into energy, and that's supposed to be better. And so I don't remember exactly how it all went, but it was pretty interesting. And they also will mod old cars and turn them into either like biodiesel or EVs or things like that. And they did it to a truck, and very cool and very powerful. It's not functional unless you're rich like Robert Downey Jr., but still pretty cool to see an old truck pull a giant tank.
Yeah.
Because it's so, because of what they did with it.
Well, that's why it's funny when Elon Musk says he's going to sue Zuckerberg over Threads, saying that he stole like proprietary information from his platform. But it would be like, should the families of the guys who invented the electric car in the 1800s, by the way, sue Elon Musk? Should those families all get together? It's not like he invented Tesla. He took the company over from the two dudes who founded it because he had a lot of money. Speaking of money, I got to give you some. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely for these, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at
I don't know how many people are listening to radio when they go watch TV in prison.
I'll tell you what's funny.
We have a lot of people that listen to the show.
They just can't write me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about Larry Nassar, the guy who got put in prison for molesting those girls at Michigan State University, and how he got stabbed repeatedly in prison. And they said that he required life-saving efforts. I can't believe this guy is still alive. He got stabbed multiple
and also,
times.
Who are these people that are working on him and actually like working hard to save his life.
Well, that's their job.
That's one where I'd be like, oh, I can't find any of my tools.
No, my tools, my life-saving
What was it?
tools.
He got stabbed. Oh, how do I deal with
no.
someone
Apply
that gets
pressure.
stabbed?
Massage the wound area. What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, they get money for him being in there. So
Let's do some more bloodletting. Let's bring back that. Get some leeches on there.
Yeah, but he got stabbed multiple times in the neck and the back and the chest. And so I was reading this morning, he was stabbed in his cell by a fellow inmate because he had made lewd comments during a Wimbledon match. Now, they don't specify what those were, but who knew they were watching
These women
Wimbledon?
are too old.
Who knew they were watching Wimbledon in prison?
They might only get a couple channels.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like it's just whatever
Yeah, they got
broadcasting.
cable. They're not cutting the cord.
He got him with a shiv. He got him in the neck, the chest, and the back.
My neck.
My back.
My neck
My
and
chest.
my back.
4 inmates rushed in and pulled Shane McMillan off of Larry Nasser.
Oh, they snitched on him.
Well, they pulled him off. They're like, this dude's stabbing a guy. And
Not the time that I want to get pulled off.
Yeah.
But one of the fellow inmates did it. Like I'm like, that's a job for
I don't
the
care who's pulling
for the
me off. I
guard.
don't want to do it after I got stabbed. I don't even know if I could get up for it. You know.
note to you, ladies, don't ever pull Bill off after he's been stabbed. After
You're
you've been
stabbing.
stabbed. Yep. The guy in question, Shane McMillan, was convicted of assaulting a correctional officer at a federal penitentiary in Louisiana and attempting to stab another inmate at the federal Supermax out there in Colorado. This is a
guy likes to
pro
stab,
dude.
yeah.
He's got a CV. So, yeah, Larry Nasser still alive. And what sucks, too, is it's like, these girls who brought these cases against him, they just want to have the guy locked up and forget about him and let him rot. Well, no, because they all posted, or a couple of them, posted like these really zen comments because people are asking them for comments. So things like, I hope, I want everyone to find peace no matter what their situation is. I don't think any of them are going to be like, gee, I wish this guy had bled out.
Only because the death penalty at the time was not on the table. Like, he didn't kill anybody, technically, just their spirits. Had the death penalty been on the table, they would have been like, yeah, give him the chair. Or
Well, we don't
injection
know
or whatever.
that. We don't know that.
I feel like they would.
There are a lot of people, no matter what happens, they are not for the death penalty. They're like, put him in prison, let him rot.
But it was like, what, 200 girls?
Well, they said it was a big margin. They said
Over 20 years or something like that?
Yeah, it was a lot of girls.
And I think it was boys, too.
Maybe. I don't know about that. All I ever saw was the Michigan State stuff. But, yeah. But all the big names, right? The ones you know, because it was on USA Gymnastics. It was like Simone Biles and Michaela Maroney and, who I think Simone Biles is like back in the game, right?
And competing?
I think so.
I just thought she's on Threads.
Are you on Threads, Bill?
I'm on Threads.
Are you
At
on
Bill
Threads?
Squire.
I'm on Threads too. Hey,
Bill
Poundcake, are you on
Squire.
Threads?
I'm now on Threads.
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. To watch live, thanks again to Borby Dortwapper for helping out in the video department today. Dorby.
Borby's not happy about the Barbie movie.
The Barbie movie, yeah.
So Borby's a boy, but it's got called Barbie.
Yeah.
People are jerks.
Well, kids can be very cruel,
Mm-hmm.
and that can carry into adulthood. I went to go see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 2. I'm sorry, Mission: Impossible subtitle, Dead Reckoning, Part 1.
Jeez.
How was it?
It was awesome.
Of course it is. Those are
Awesome.
really fun movies.
Boy,
And
whatever
they don't stray
Xenu is
stray.
doing for
Yeah.
Tom Cruise, boy, he is making it work. It's just the movie. It was a late screening. It was a 10:40 screening.
Oh, it was that late? I could have gone to that.
Yeah, there was only one. I didn't
I
even know
would've
they
fallen
were
asleep,
I
though.
didn't even know they were doing them. They did one on Monday night and one last night, and it was at 10:40 on IMAX.
That's cool.
And it was like me and 3 other people. So get out of there at like 10 to 2, right?
Jeez.
It's like 20 minutes of trailers. The movie is a few minutes shy of 3 hours.
Wow.
And it's the first half. This Part 2 comes out, the very last Mission Impossible. They split into 2. So Part 2 is the end of next June it comes out. And it just never lets up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're watching it. Everybody makes a big deal about the fact that Tom Cruise. What made me think of it is they had the trailer for Oppenheimer on the IMAX, and you're like, God damn, is that going to be good? But that's coming out the same day as Barbie.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people buying tickets for both. People who are going to do
Double feature.
Barbie, Oppenheimer double features, right? And, movie studios used to
Bombs and blondes.
Yeah, movie studios used to complain when big movies would open on the same day. Now they just want everybody to go see everything. These could be from the same studio. I don't know. Probably not if they're opening the same day, but who cares? So Mission Impossible, everybody talks about how Tom Cruise does all of his own stunts. But this movie, it's like everyone's doing their own stunts. And it's awesome. There's so many practical stunts in this movie. And it's got a great cast. I mean, it's got the people you know. It's got Ving Rhames. It's got Simon Pegg and Tom Cruise. Vanessa Kirby. A bunch of them come back. A couple of new ones. The premise of the movie is, I think, fundamentally silly, but they don't lean too hard on it. The big bad is like a sentient AI, right? So the movie is them trying to stay one step ahead of like a guy, there's a bad guy, who is kind of doing the bidding of this AI, whatever. But the chase scenes in this movie, where the actors are clearly driving, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
That's very fun.
Haley Atwell, who is in the Marvel universe, she was Peggy Carter. She's like one of the main female. There's like 3 female leads in this movie, and a couple of new people show up. But you're watching it, it just never lets off the gas. So you're going from one massive action set piece to another one, and then a fight scene, and then a chase, and then there's a train, and you're like, oh my God. So at the end of almost 3 hours, you're like, that was incredible. I mean, the chase scene I'm thinking of is about midway through the movie, and the chase scene itself was probably 25 minutes long.
A long time.
And the actors, it's Tom Cruise and it's Haley Atwell in a car. They're handcuffed to each other, and they have to drive through the narrow streets of Venice. And they're very clearly doing these stunts because they're not CGIing them, It's like there's just Christopher McQuarrie, who's the guy that directed it, clearly just covered the vehicles in GoPros or something. And I mean, I don't know if they shot it for IMAX. They probably did. And just filmed it. And it's wild to watch. It's awesome. Obviously, there's some CGI. I mean, there's, they do the fighting on top of the train, which is kind of a callback to that very first Mission Impossible movie.
Love that.
One of
that train again.
One of the characters from the first movie is back, and so it's everything you would want in a Mission Impossible movie.
Emilio Estevez?
No. Nope. He got killed pretty early on in that first one, didn't he?
He got killed real fast, yeah.
He's like, please put me in a movie.
Right at the beginning.
Yep. No, he was not in it, but...
Is Ving Rhames in all of them?
Yeah, well, I think from like 3 on.
No, because he was in the first one.
Was he Ving Rhames?
Yeah.
Oh, then he's in all of them. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember him in the first one. But, yeah, because
he was on the train running the...
Was
he was in the fire truck.
Okay.
He's a big part of the first one.
I remember John Voight was in the first one.
Yeah, he was the bad guy.
Yeah. Red light, green light. So anyway, it opens today. Opens everywhere today. But, and again, these movies, like, they're getting themselves out of impossible situations.
Wow,
hence, but it is funny because every time it's become a joke now in the movie, they go, it's not really called the Impossible Mission Force, is it? And they're like, yeah. But like Cary Elwes is in it. He starts showing up in movies all of a sudden again.
Nice. I always liked him.
Yeah, he's great. So Shea Wiggum, who's a great actor too.
Simon Pegg in it?
Simon Pegg is in it.
Nice.
Yep. Vanessa Kirby is back. Rebecca Ferguson, who's Foxy. I don't know if anybody's watching Silo on Apple TV. But
I heard it's great.
Yeah, it's real good. She's in that. So yeah, I mean, as many thumbs as I have, I'll point them up for the first half of the last Mission Impossible.
I think maybe I'll check it out Sunday afternoon. Do a matinee.
I think when the second one comes out next summer, somebody should show them back to back. So you're sitting there for a full 6 hours watching Mission Impossible movies.
No, I want to show all. What are there going to be 8 at that point?
This is 7, I believe. Yeah, it'll be 7 is split into 2 parts.
I want to watch all 8. One sitting. No bathroom.
Do all
the impossible.
That'll be
viewing.
the Mission Impossible.
Mission Impossible viewing. Yeah. Now, the Mission Impossible marathon.
Mm-hmm. Watch all of the Fast and Furious movies and then all of the Mission Impossible movies and see how it goes. Alan, did you see the thing about Alex Jones? God, I'll tell you what. For anybody who...
Was he microwaving cats too?
No. For anybody who doubts what deplatforming will do to you, I don't even think Alex Jones was like... I mean, I guess he's got to do something. He's still doing InfoWars or whatever he's doing. Because he's got to make some money.
Just Google what it is.
What?
No.
I just Googled what he's trending for.
Yeah, he said that God should blow the planet up. You know. Alan, devotion to accuracy, there are no streets in Venice. Yes, there are.
No streets.
I thought the whole point of Venice was that
It's all canals.
Yeah.
It's not all canals, though. There are tons of canals.
And no streets.
Well,
until they dry out.
Well, they were in Venice and they were doing a huge car chase. So, I mean,
was it Venice Beach?
There's one main road and 2 proper side streets. That's it.
Well, okay. They were in Venice and doing a huge car chase where they were turning left and turning right into, so.
Well, that's unrealistic.
They weren't on a gondola. It wasn't a gondola chase.
That would have been better.
You know who else is in it? Is that Pom Klomtiev?
Yeah.
She's like
she's Mantis in the
Guardians of the Galaxy. Pom Klementieff. She's a French actress, and she's like an assassin in this movie, and she's dynamite because she's like a little slip of a lass, right? She's thin and small, but kicks a lot of ass in the movie. Okay, well, yeah. Streets, whatever. I just know they were doing a car chase in Venice. So maybe it was before Venice. I don't know. They were in Italy. Alex Jones says that God should blow the world up.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
To take that, globalists.
Oh, the globalists.
He's mad at the globalists, saying they're going to do that anyway.
Globalists. Is that what it is?
Yeah, he said.
And who are the globalists again?
People that like Earth, I think.
Okay.
I can't quite wrap my head around people that like want everybody to get along is a bad thing.
Well, person who advocates the interpretation or planning of economic and foreign policy in relation to events and developments throughout the world.
Clear as mud. Clear as mud. So
I know. I'm really like, so they're saying these are people who care about the developments of the world.
But to him, they're the elites who are pulling the puppet strings of everyone
Yeah.
else. But also, wouldn't the term globalist be a fundamental repudiation of flat earthers? I would think that would be a sizable portion of his fan base would be flat earthers. And they, at least semantically, you can't believe in globalists if you don't believe in the globe.
No.
You don't think so? What? Isn't that true? Can you be a globalist who thinks the earth is flat?
You'd be a discus.
Here's Alex Jones.
We might as well just blow up the planet then, because if they're in control, it's pure Satanism, pure pedophilia, pure animal-human clones, them playing God, a psychotic, mad scientist situation. So let's just cauterize it, vaporize it. Look, I'm in the same boat as they are. They're ready to blow it up. If they're going to lose, I'm ready to blow it up if we lose too.
Ready to blow it. I see. Pedophiles and aliens and globalists and
Who do they keep catching for pedophilia, by the way?
What's that?
Who keeps getting busted for
Republicans.
Okay.
Republican groomers, yes.
Usually.
Hey, listen,
Usually
that's why
people
people
in
want to tax
churches.
churches are like tax-exempt pedophile farms. That's why people want to start taxing them again. I was reading how they finally made child marriage illegal in the state of Michigan. And there were a number of Republicans who voted against that. No. We want to be able to marry 15-year-olds if we see fit. We're not down with it being 18 years old. Just 18. That's still pretty young, right? You're a legal adult.
They might lose
but you're
their
18.
birth and hips by then.
You're still 18 years old. So they finally banned child marriage. There are a lot of other states where every time that comes up, they go, nope. Because, hey, the heart wants what the heart wants or whatever. But I guess to Alex Jones, let's blow the world up. There was a guy who was asking if, am I the a-hole? Because he and his girlfriend, he wanted to break up with her because he said, we just have two different worldviews. And people couldn't figure out, like, where this guy was really coming from because he's 38, his partner's 41, and he's like, we're going through a rough patch. We're just two different views of the world. And then he finds out that she's pregnant. And he's like, we haven't been dating for too long, but my girlfriend's pregnant. Now, again, these people are not 22 years old. He's 38, she's 41. And he's like, we're going to keep it because she's 41. Might never get another chance. And he's like, but we were having all these issues, and we have very different worldviews. We have very different opinions on things like finances and religion, decor. Aren't these things you find out pretty fast? You don't find out after 2 years what your girlfriend's opinion is on religion or hygiene.
Well, hygiene, no, but religion, maybe you just don't talk about it.
Well, but I mean, but you'd still have an opinion on it. I mean,
I'm saying maybe you don't.
But I feel like if it's
discuss
if it's important to someone one way or the other, you're going to bring it up pretty fast. So I can't imagine whatever they feel about religion is a deal breaker because they haven't talked about it. Whether you're really religious or not really religious,
Yeah.
that's going to come up in the first month.
Brian and I didn't talk about religion for a while.
But again, you guys aren't that into religion.
Right. I mean, we didn't really talk about it until Blake came out to dinner with my whole family and we prayed before the meal. And Blake kind of looked at Brian and I looked at him and I was like, has she ever prayed before? And he's like, I don't think so. And so, like, that was kind of our first.
Right.
Well, what I wonder in this situation, though, is because this guy acts like he's 22. He's like, oh, she wanted one name and I wanted another and I didn't like that. I wonder if these started to be conversations because they were going to have a kid.
Oh, probably.
Like,
yeah.
are we going to raise him? But it was just funny the way he put it. We just have very different views on decor.
This actually started, I wouldn't say a fight, but it was a discussion between me and my boyfriend because we said if we ever got married, I said, I'm not changing my last name. I got it tatted on my arm. I got the initials tatted on my arm.
That's not his fault.
I know, but there's
He
nothing-
shouldn't suffer for your bad decisions.
But why do I have to change my
You
last name,
guys just make a
though?
new last name together?
He wants to
Combined last names?
He wanted to do a hyphen, and I'm like, man, I don't want to be a gay, one of those gays that have a hyphen, because then if we have kids, our kids are gonna be hyphenated. Like,
And if they have kids and they have hyphens.
Oh, the hyphen gays.
like I don't want to be hyphen.
You know, there are
gay.
plenty of straight couples with hyphenated. I mean, usually the woman, but I mean.
It's just so long, and people are just only gonna call you by one.
Does he
name
have a
anyways.
long last name?
Yes.
Oh.
And like, it's gonna be long. People are only gonna call you by one name anyway.
Right, but at least you would demand that your name was first in the hyphen.
No,
Oh, alphabetical.
no, his sounds better. It sounds better. with
Coming
his-
first?
with his name first.
Encyclopedia Brown.
That'd be awesome.
Because if I put it the other way, it sounds gross. Because my name is way shorter. So we discussed that. I was like, well, I'm just gonna
Brown
stay.
Splatterbucken.
But yeah, these are types of discussions we have, and I'm like, well, why can't we just stay independent? You keep your last name, and I keep my last name, and we'll still be a unit. There was like, well, people won't know that we're married, and we should want to show that. I'm like, well, take my last name then. So neither one of us want to completely get rid of our last names.
With everything in me, I'm trying to convince Brian to take my last name.
Why?
So I'm trying to say, like, I've built a career with my name, and I can't really change it, but he could totally become Brian.
That would go viral. You guys would be the couple.
Absolutely not.
Well, you
He's
wouldn't be
like,
the first people to
never-
do that. I mean, there's
know,
a bunch of hipsters who've done that. But I
Yeah.
mean, but you would still use your name even if you were married.
That was his whole point. is
Right.
He's like, well, your legal name would be my last name because we're married.
Oh, he cares if you would take his name.
Yes,
See, I told Gwen, and she didn't change her name for like 3 or 4 years after we got married. I go, you definitely. She has like a 13 consonant Polish maiden name. I said, if you don't want to go down to 3 letters, that's up to you. I said, you absolutely do not have to change your name. She's like, I want to. It's just a pain in the ass. I said, whatever you want to do is fine.
You guys didn't discuss.
But these
the
guys who
hyphen.
like want somebody
Like
to
demand it,
Yeah, it's
He
weird.
doesn't like demand it, but he's like.
But he expects you to take his name.
He's like, he was surprised when I said I wouldn't. He was like, really? Like, I don't know. I thought we'd be married.
But
and
it's your
last name would be
professional
Bailey."
name.
Well, and that's why he was like, well, you could have my legal last name, and then you could still go by Mary Santora for stages and like.
What's his
comedy and
last
stuff.
name?
Bailey.
Mary Bailey. It's like her dream come true.
I know, right?
Mary,
know.
Mary, don't you know?
Mary,
Mary,
throw a lasso around it.
Exactly.
Stupid moon.
it's your favorite name from your
I
favorite
know.
movie.
The only way to solve
you're
this problem is with money.
And you're fighting him on this?
I just think it would be
Wow.
funnier. And I told him, fine. But if I get famous enough that he can quit his job and be a stay-at-home wife, then he has to take my last name. He has to be Brian
But how would
Santora.
that help him?
It doesn't.
Oh. You just want him to change his name.
It's just feminism.
Yeah.
Listen, you can't expect me to change mine if you're not going to change yours.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I won't need anybody to change anything.
No, it's your name. You've had your name way longer than you've known me. I'm like, it's your dad's name.
I want to
know?
do the paperwork. I'm not going to expect somebody else to do the paperwork.
Right.
My ex-wife
Well,
changed
that's what
her
I
name.
said. I was like, dude, it's
but
licenses.
I didn't ask her.
And,
Yeah.
and every other thing you got to do.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to have a hyphen because it's just so long. It might go down to the net. I
No,
might
you're just
need.
lazy. You just don't want to write.
I need 2 lines, and I might misspell it because it's very. What is
You
it?
guys want to combine the names? Take the letters from your name, letters from his name, make a new last name?
No.
Create your own brand?
No, Brown has to be in there in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I look like an idiot with somebody else's name.
No, you can just start with B.
No.
Ooh, it feels you want to get that covered up anyway.
Yeah, but I'm probably not gonna because I'm afraid that my skin will fall off because of my psoriasis.
Fall off.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Poundcake.
Or at least he's got a rational reason.
His skin will fall off.
I don't want to be a hyphen gay
He will molt.
He thinks he's going to get leprosy.
Yeah. Hey, you want to go see the Cleveland Orchestra at Blossom? They're going to show Lord of the Rings, the 2 towers on the big screen, and the CLE Orchestra will score the film right there in front of you. What a time. Part of their big concert series out there at Blossom. I'll have 4 tickets for you after the break. And another $1,000, another keyword coming at 5:30 for you to grab a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
of the great podcasts for every interest.
The stuff they don't want you to know.
All of the mind-blowing contests.
$20,000.
Awesome.
All of your favorite superstars.
This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters.
Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
All right, you want to go see the Cleveland Orchestra do their thing out at Blossom. They're going to be showing Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, out there on the big screen, and the Cleveland Orchestra performing the score live. They're going to do 3 performances, end of the month, 28th, 29th, and 30th. Tickets for the entire 2023 Blossom Music Festival are available at clevelandorchestra.com. All right? This is a 4-pack of tickets for you and 3 pals. Lord of the Rings and the Cleveland Orchestra, end of the month. Good luck, car 10 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Poundcake sports break here momentarily. I'll also have another $1,000 for you in about 4 or 5 minutes, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Alan, you should have taken Gwen's last name. Well, yeah, no, it never occurred to me. My ex-wife still uses my name.
So is mine.
Yeah.
Does that make you mad?
My mother.
She also talks to my family more than me.
She's earned the Squire name
Yeah,
more
she
than you
has,
have. Yeah. Well, because it is a pain in the ass to change your name, and then it's a pain in the ass to change it back.
I think my mom still has part of her marital name.
I mean, Gwen's parents got divorced 25 years ago, maybe? No, not 25 years ago. They'd been married for 25. Anyway, her mom kept her dad's name because she's like, whatever. It's fine. It's on everything, right? You cannot hyphenate a last name that is a color. It never sounds right, somebody said. Yeah, but I think Brown is such a common surname. It's more than just a color. I mean, there aren't a lot of people walking around. My name's Jim Yellow. Brown might be like, or black, white. But if it was, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't put, in my particular case, my name would have to go last. You can't put the name and then, you can't put Brown and then my boyfriend's last name.
Because you want the longer name in front of it.
Yes.
I see.
So if the name was, like my last name was longer, like what's a Cody Purple,
Ooh, you should change your name to Cody Purple.
That's a rad name.
That's a great name.
By the way, if you do, Stephen Canton shot this idea my way, and I think it's dynamite, referring to something earlier in the show. If you do get your own gig in another market, you need to change your name to Chester Drawers.
Okay.
Because that's great.
Chester Drawers in the morning show?
Mornings, you're cute. Listen, Chester Drawers is not a bad way to do it. You start clean. It's a clean slate. You can reinvent yourself. Your Poundcake here, you can be anything elsewhere. They're not going to know Poundcake.
Nope.
You can be Chester Drawers.
It's weird when I look at my insights on Instagram, how I'll have like a fan in like Saudi Arabia, or like I will have a fan in like Morocco, and someone who looks at my posts all the time. I'm like, wow.
Well, people get suggested off of other things too.
I just find that funny. I'm like, who is that one person in a little, a country way down yonder, and then they're a fan of me. It's just cool.
Dude, you want to talk
way down
about...
yonder. Do you know where Morocco is?
It's yonder.
What?
Is it Morocco, Africa?
It is Africa.
North. Wait on. Don't tell me. Because it's by France. So it's northwest Africa, right?
Well, it's not by France, but you're right, yeah.
Because the Moroccan theme or whatever, but yeah.
Now, how did you arrive at that? Like you clearly had like a map in your head or something.
Yeah, I look at a map.
It would be closest to Portugal. I mean, but you're right. It's northwest.
Because there's people there's certain countries in Africa that are very touristy, and it's a lot of influence on fashion or architecture, or
Mostly the ones on the water.
Yeah, or like furniture and stuff like that. And I know people have this room is Moroccan, so it's a very Moroccan theme. I'm like, okay.
When this room's a Moroccan, don't come a knocking.
Like Nick Cannon's kid.
Monroe and Monrock.
Monroe.
Dude,
but you are from your family's from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
So, yeah. What, Mary?
I was just going to say, because he was saying how weird it is to see followers and listeners from other parts of the country. My Facebook's doing really well. I have 118,000 followers on Facebook. And
118,000?
Yeah, I had
Awesome.
118,000. Only 71,000 are in America. 8.4 thousand are in India. 5.5 thousand are in Pakistan. So I get.
So what's going on there?
They're turned on by a woman that can speak freely.
Dude, I'm not even joking.
They hate follow her for that.
No, because they're super supportive. Because I hit up my social media team and I was like, what's going on? Are these all bots? Because, like, if they're in India, I don't know if there's, like, something placed there. I don't know what's going on.
They're super supportive. They're like, you go, girl.
Dude, they're in my, because my dude.
I love what you do.
My dude looked
My
into
dad
it.
is also dead.
America doesn't know comedy. You should be a star.
My dude looked into it and he goes, based on, like, the people who have top fan badges, those are the people who comment and share and engage with your posts. He goes, all of these are legit. He would say, he said less than 5% of my total followers are probably bots. He goes, probably around 2%. He goes, so
but they should have a line on why that is.
He said that there's just a lot of people there and it might be getting pushed through weird algorithms around India. But my 5 top cities are in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Egypt, Pakistan, India. Those are my top cities where all my fans are. And I can't figure it out.
But those are countries.
I'm sorry.
Do they say the cities?
I can't say them. I don't want to get...
What? Why?
Karachi?
Karachi, yeah.
Is my top city. Out of all cities, not just in India. The city where I have the most followers on Facebook is Karachi, India.
Did you
Well, Karachi. Karachi's
I'm sorry,
like,
Pakistan.
Yeah, Karachi's the biggest city in Pakistan.
Okay, okay. And then after that, it's Dhaka,
Yeah.
Bangladesh,
Yeah.
Cairo.
These are all huge cities.
Yeah,
so,
Lahore, Lahore.
Yep.
Pakistan, Delhi, India, Kolkata, India.
So you're big in Pakistan. You're
Pakistan
in
and
Karachi
India.
and Lahore. Those are the two biggest cities in Pakistan.
I have between
You
those
are-
two, 2,200 followers between those two cities.
So at any point when you found this out, did you happen to Google Mary Santora, Pakistan?
I have not, but I have more followers in India than I do in Pakistan. And then after that, it's like the only ones in America are New York, San Antonio, Chicago, LA, which means that the majority of my Facebook followers aren't from Cleveland.
Maybe they think your dad died in 9/11.
I don't think so.
Well, you haven't really posted your dad jokes. Like
No, this is mostly crowd work
the crowd work and stepmom.
and the special stuff. But
Well,
yeah.
Pakistan and Lahore and Karachi, because there's so many people, they have huge crowds.
Well, there you go.
Maybe that's why they like the crowd work.
It just struck me as strange. I reached out to my people.
Old
on the back
Taliban
end.
mayor over
Dude,
here
I
is
was like-
really killing it.
I was like, what's going on with this? And they're like, we don't know, but it's all legit. Because I was getting a lot of messages.
You gonna go tour there?
Well,
But if they don't, but wait a second. This is what they do. If they don't know, how do they know it's legit?
What do you mean? Based on the interactions. So they're saying we don't know why you're doing so well
But they
in
can
India
tell
and
they're not
Pakistan,
bots.
but they are not bots. Because I get probably 15 to 20 messages a day from brown men with poor grammar. And
Well, you should figure out what, and you
How
haven't
many of
asked.
them are Cody?
yeah, right?
You haven't asked any of them, hey, how did you find me?
Well, so a couple of my reels on Facebook, one has 7 million, one has 5 million views. Like, they're huge. Those are huge numbers for a comedy video to get.
Have you spoken to any other comics about this? Anybody else have similar?
No, but
I have some videos like that on YouTube, but YouTube doesn't have DMs. Like I don't know. I haven't really looked into the breakdown of, but a lot of mine's more American and like New York, LA. There is a significant amount of YouTube viewers from India for me, but I can't look at it the same way because YouTube has different statistics.
Well, because I asked my buddy Raj, who's a comic and who is from India, and I was like, "What is
You got a
going
pipeline.
on?" And I keep sending him like screenshots because it's not your traditional, like, women will joke about Indian men on the internet being like shobabs and vagine, and it's none of that. It's like you are so beautiful, amazing talent, take rest. Like they're trying to be.
Maybe they're trying to fix you up with their friend who's a Nigerian prince.
No, it's more just like.
Any of them ask you about investment opportunities
No,
that you might be okay?
It's them telling me how much they enjoy my videos, and I'm like, this is so strange. It's just such a random. I don't know. It makes no sense to me.
You know who Mary is? Who's the guy that does the videos? Not Veer Das. He's a comic. Who's the guy that does those super cheesy videos about people learning a lesson?
Darman. You're Darman of comedy.
You're Darmare.
Yeah. No, these people are they're really
Girl gets her
supportive.
comeuppance after being rude to waiter. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to give away this money. And then Poundcake, you got a sports break ready to go, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, it's going to be a very violence-heavy sports break this week. Can't we all just get along? Apparently not. Zuckerberg is taking no prisoners. He is taking this match against Elon very seriously. He posted a picture to Instagram in the metaverse next to his UFC trainers looking shredded. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Take the dweeby face out of it. If he was just a headless torso on Grindr, I might risk my safety hooking up with him in a car. Hell, even with the dweeby face. Y'all know how I got down back in the day. Just saying. Elon, you might be in trouble. First, Zuckerberg steals your coding for Twitter to create threads, and now he's showing off his rockin' hot bod on Instagram to rub it in your face. You better come with the heat, Elon. Be prepared to throw hands, not just Twitter fingers. That's all I'm going to say. Also, is Britney bitch? Ow! That's how I imagine the interaction went between Britney Spears and NBA player Victor Wembanyama.
Sure, why not?
Okay, yeah.
Nailed it.
Mm-hmm. In case you missed it, I'll fill you in. Britney Spears was in Las Vegas when a large entourage was walking in front of her. She gently tapped the fellow walking on the shoulder, and she received a smack across the face, a backhand even. And let's just say it didn't go over well. And more than that, people were saying that she deserved the smack in the face because the security thought that she was just some groupie trying to grab him. Well, here's a clip of her addressing it.
Here, let me show this on the live stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for those of you watching on YouTube.
Yep, there we go. They're like, whoa, that's Britney Spears.
Mm-hmm. And she went on talking about, like, no girl deserves to be hit. Yada, yada, yada. Of course we don't. We don't believe that Britney Spears should
By
be
the
hit.
way, where she was right there, this place Catch, just outside that frame is where we had dinner on our last night in Vegas. A place called Julian Serrano Tapas. It's over in the Aria. It was right next to Catch and then Catedral right next to it.
There was no crime scene tape there?
I didn't see any. Nothing was cordoned off when we were there.
Oh,
I think
man.
this literally happened like the night after we had dinner there. Something. When I saw that video, I was like, hey, we were just a table away.
Yep. Well, she said she hasn't received a public apology yet, but she's waiting on it because he apologized to her privately at a table when she was at her table like 30 minutes later. So I don't like this at all. Britney is upset. Britney's fans are upset. Victor is upset, and he's probably going to have to fire his head of security. This whole situation is just toxic. I know. I had to throw it in somewhere. And lastly, this is changing the definition of taking it to the head. I don't know why they have kids on the field during a home run derby. You're just asking for trouble, if you ask me. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hit a line drive and left a young boy singing Stars. It was pretty intense, and I think we have a clip of that, too.
Yep, let me load it up. Here we go.
Pitches to Vlad Guerrero. When they asked him, Vlad said, of course he said yes. They were the combination in 19.
Dude just falls out.
Ugh. Oh, poor kid.
Poor kid.
Oh, poor kid.
But I do have good news. The boy's parents said he will be okay, even though they wrapped his head up like Frankenstein. He lives to tell the tale. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
I know what you're going to do.
What do you mean by wrapping the head up like Frankenstein?
I thought I saw the Twitter thread. I thought when he said not Frankenstein him, I thought when like he comes alive and he had to take the wrapping off, didn't he have like little screws in his head? Is that
yeah, he's got screws in his head, but like I
was going to go even nerdier than that.
Okay, go.
You
please.
mean Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein was the doctor.
Bill thought you were talking about the mummy, but you're talking about like young Frankenstein where they undo his head. He's got the bolts in his neck, and because they had to saw his head to get the brain out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was just like wrapped, like he had, what do they call it, mumps or whatever?
Oh.
What?
And now we've found ourselves in an even better territory.
Okay. That's why we ask questions.
That's right. Yep. Because we're gonna hit
Frankenstein's
oil.
monsters.
We're gonna hit oil. What mumps?
Mumps is not a thing?
No, it is. What are you talking about in relation to Frankenstein?
When I was a kid, there was a cartoon, and one of the guys had mumps, and they wrapped his head wrapped his ears, and it was just like
okay, like old timey, right? Because it was. I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because that's like a glandular thing, and so they would wrap. Yeah.
I've never had mumps, so I don't know if that's like a thing or not.
That's like old timey, like Abbott and Costello. They may have a toothache, and they'd wrap their head. Like, oh, I gotta go to the dentist.
That's what I get from using slang from Twitter, because it was in someone's Twitter. They Frankensteined him. I was like, oh, that's the thing, because
What are you listening to dummies on Twitter for?
Well, it was in the thread. I saw it. I was like, yeah, that's funny. But the guy.
So what? You're just taking other people's material?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's not even on Threads. Bill, are you on Threads?
I'm on Threads.
I'm on Threads. You're not on Threads.
At Bill Squire, at Alan Cox Show.
Listen, Poundcake knows his Mary Shelley. Don't ever come at him over his love of Frankenstein, the monster, the doctor, the modern Prometheus.
The mumps.
The mumps.
The mumpsters.
I remember that. That was years.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't. Frankenstein didn't have the mumps.
Oh, by the way, I'm
fire and mumps bad.
I'm like 4,000 views from pure BS hitting 100,000.
Oh, good
Thank you.
for you.
Thanks. All together? No. Okay.
We do it in shift. Yeah, there we go. We do it in shift.
Here's Mary's support.
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text in 35192, you'll see all the pictures at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Plus now get up to $250 off select computers. In-store only. Offer ends July 29th. See an associate for details. Protect your tech at Staples.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, do it. Is a great band from LA. They're called The Ghost Inside. They're going to be doing Incarceration this weekend. They're one of your Saturday bands. So if you're going to see Pantera headline, stop by and see The Ghost Inside. I'm also going to play new stuff for you from them on Saturday night. We're back with another installment of 2 Hours to Midnight. It is our 2-hour metal show. On Saturday nights, I'm your host, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler with me as well. This weekend, it's all Incarceration bands. That's going on Friday, Saturday, Sunday out in Mansfield, of course. And so brand new stuff from The Ghost Inside. Of course, we'll play Megadeth. We'll play Lamb of God. We'll play Slaughter to Prevail. We'll play your requests. I'm going to dip in some local music, which I always like to do.
Yeah, I dip in there.
You got to dip in.
Yeah, I dip in a haunted house.
So local music from a band called Dark Secret for you. But it's going to be Saturday night. Should be right on time. Shouldn't be delayed by a Guardians game. That's earlier in the afternoon. So 10 to midnight this Saturday. Back with 2 hours of metal for you.
That works out great. Because
all Incarceration bands this weekend. Because of what?
I'm doing a show at the Cleveland Irish Cultural Fest, and that's from 9 to 10, so you can run from my show and jump in your car and catch 2 hours to midnight.
The beginning of, right. No, will your set go until 10? You're going to do an hour there?
I mean, they gave me an hour block to fill, so.
Okay.
We'll probably cut it a little short just because they are doing fireworks. So whenever the fireworks start, we're done.
Okay.
Because I imagine the fireworks will start around 10.
See, I wish I would have known, because then I could have done, I guess I did know, but I was so focused on Incarceration, I could have done a full 2 hours of Irish metal.
Oh.
I could have done, who are Irish metal bands? Altar of Plagues, are they still around? Primordial. I could have, all
their music still is.
Municipal Waste, I think they're an Irish band. Probably a lot of them with Gaelic names that I don't know. But anyway, that's something to consider for Saturday night. A lot going on this weekend.
Lots going on.
Here in Northeast Ohio. There is a woman on TikTok who is I don't know if she's a travel agent. I think she is.
A travel agent?
Well, they do still exist. There are travel agents. There are people who are brokers for people who want to go on trips. And so they help them kind of...
It's like, I used to be a chimney sweep, but that...
Well, but travel agents are still a thing. Like, there are people who need a liaison between, especially now, I think maybe the age of travel agents might be kind of coming back around, because planning an extensive trip can get so complicated. Like, I have a friend whose wife is a travel agent, and she's always busy. You might not have a brick and mortar store anymore, with posters of Acapulco in the window, but if you're watching the live stream, I'll show you this woman because it's visually great as well. She is putting together a trip for somebody, and she was surprised and confused by what she found at this French hotel for add-ons for your experience. You can add on this and that and this and that. And she was kind of confused by what she found.
It's like, enhance your stay with these other things. And it's always like flowers, champagne, car service, massage, whatever. I truly thought that I was seeing something. Hold on, let me flip the camera. Totally normal, right? Bottle of wine, massage, fart.
So there's a pic on their website. There's a picture of two dogs lying on rocks. And it just says fart. Would you like to add fart as one of your perks in this?
What is fart? For free? Wait, what are the details? fart free. The rate is per day. Should I book the client a fart?
A free fart. So that's exciting. You know, because my friend and his wife that we were out with in Vegas, they live in LA, but they are going to Paris this fall. And so we were recommending a lot of things for them to do. That's where Gwen and I got engaged. We went there 10 years ago. And so we were really kind of given that we don't know every nook and cranny, but we did a lot of stuff. We were in Paris over Christmas, 2012. And so we were like, do this, don't do this. Here's a good travel hack when you're there. My friend is in the process of learning French, and he's speaking pretty well. And I just told him, I said, they will appreciate you trying. Because I speak enough conversational French where I was able to kind of get us around or get us out of a pinch. I screwed up a few times, but whatever. But I said, they will appreciate you trying, but they will also see you coming a mile away. Because you feel like, oh, they're not going to, they can tell Americans coming a mile away. But they still, anytime you're overseas, if you can speak any of the local language, it's usually appreciated. Rather than somebody walking in going, hey, how do I get a cab in this place? You know, because there's a lot of that too. I wish I had never seen fart as an add-on in our travels. So that sounds to me like a brand new development. And boy, that's amazing. That would be great. Well, bureau chiefs in Tennessee.
Did she explain what it is?
No.
Well, what the heck?
It's clearly something lost in translation. I don't know. I mean, fart in French would be, pet.
Oh.
Fart. Fart. Pe.
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 Yeah, right. So, but it's a verb. Pate. I guess for the person putting up the site or whatever, just pet showed up as fart. So it doesn't mean pet. It's some conjugation of that verb. One of our bureau chiefs in Tennessee sent me the story, and the subject line said, why didn't you get this kind of attention? And it's because I was born in 1971. But there's a woman getting a lot of attention because she gave birth to a 13-pound baby. That's how big I was when I was born. I was the largest baby ever born at Kenner Army Hospital in Fort Lee, Virginia. I don't know if I still have that record, but this woman's getting a lot of attention because her baby, like I was, is like the size of a 3-month-old. And so people are like, oh my God. Now, I was born without the internet. They weren't, nobody was shipping Pampers into the barracks, into the military dormitories, wherever we lived. I don't know, I was a baby. I didn't know anything.
This was a shock for sure. Our first was 9/15, so we anticipated a bigger baby, but nothing like this. I'm getting used to it, but it's definitely hard because he wants to be held all the time, so working on those muscles right now. He does eat around the clock. Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep up for sure.
A 13-pound baby boy. Here's the kid if you're watching the live stream. Look at that big fatty. Big
Hey, you
round
little
face.
chunker.
Yep.
Oh, what a chonky baby.
Newborn weighs over 13 pounds.
A chonker.
And so, yeah, when I see baby pictures of myself, my mom would always laugh because she's like you filled up the bassinet. And I think I maintained that body weight probably until the 8th grade. But this is outside Nashville. And so one of our, as I established yesterday, we have a lot of bureau chiefs in Nashville. I don't know why. By the way, the texts that I was getting about Mary's popularity, her confusing popularity in places like Pakistan and India. Somebody texted me and said around 2018, India rolled out 5G, which increased the number of internet users in India pretty exponentially.
There's a lot of people in
there.
India.
There are a lot of people.
Didn't
yes.
India pass China? I
In
think it's
population, yes.
yeah.
But again, I don't know, China is very, they're real big on censorship of the internet. And
Well,
India is also very much kind of a despotic government there, and so I was not sure how they were about that. That's the guy running India right now is essentially an authoritarian president, Modi. But I wasn't sure how they.
But they do speak English as a second language more commonly.
Yep, that's true. The language barrier is a lot lower.
Yeah.
Well,
And there's also kind of a huge uptick in comedy in those regions. What was somebody did a comedy documentary about going to, I think it was
Hari?
Not Hari. I think it was Jeff Ross or something. But he went and did a bunch of comedy shows in Pakistan and India. Man, I can't remember who it was, but they're building a scene there, and then there's an increase in popularity of Indian comics in America. You got Zarna Garg, Nimesh,
Veer Das. He's coming.
Veer Das,
He's doing like theaters.
Yeah, there's a lot. So I think stand-up comedy is just having a kind of a.
Kumail is a comic. People forget he's an actor
Kumail,
now,
yeah,
but I mean
he's from Pakistan.
Yeah.
Well, when I get enough money for the flight, you're going to see the Santora Middle East tour, 2020, probably 8.
I don't think it's in the Middle East.
India and Pakistan?
India's not.
They're right next to each other.
India's Asia.
Wait, India's
Asia?
not what?
I don't know where that is.
You don't
I
know
said
where
Middle
what is?
East, and he said that's not where that is.
No, India is not the Middle East.
Where is the Middle East?
It's in the Middle East.
I'm asking what countries are in it.
Well, you're talking about Syria and Iraq, and Pakistan does border India. If that's what you're talking about, you could go.
No,
and
I was in a totally different area.
Oh.
I was not thinking of the right spot.
Pakistan's got Afghanistan on one side and India on the other. So you could absolutely
okay, wait a minute, then.
You could do an Indian Pakistani tour. You could do Mary Santora does Karachi, Islamabad, probably no further north than that. And then you do like Mumbai.
Well, because then after that, it's Egypt is my next biggest.
What about
country.
Nepal?
I don't have anything in Nepal.
Oh, well, you got to get going in Nepal there. What about
You're
Vietnam?
not anyone until you're someone in Nepal.
Right. Now, wait a minute, though. Encyclopedia Britannica.
That's not a country.
No, I know that.
That's what
I'm
Poundcake's
trying
going to change his name to when he gets married.
Middle East is comprised of Iraq, Iran, Israel, West
Yeah, it's like
Bank,
Syria, Lebanon, Iraq.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
But what it has highlighted,
Because
it
it's
looks
the
like
middle of the East, Mary.
It
you know how we're-
stops right at Pakistan.
You know, we're at the east side here on 9th.
Yeah.
So once you cross
But,
9th,
okay.
it's the middle east of Cleveland.
I'm not wrong, though, because Egypt is in the Middle East.
Yes. We didn't
So-
say you were wrong. We just
but
said
I would go. No, Bill
Pakistan.
did.
I said India's not.
India's not the Middle East, but it
Okay.
does border Pakistan.
Pakistan is.
Which, no, Pakistan's not. It
Okay.
borders the Middle East.
All right.
It doesn't matter. I'm going over there.
And we'll never see you again.
I'm going to bring
Hey,
Raj.
have fun.
Bring a translator / opener.
Can you imagine you go to all those places Poundcake wants to go before he goes? You go to like the UAE.
told you, dude, I'm telling
You're in
you.
Riyadh. You're like touring Abu Dhabi and
I
all
already
these
told
places
Brian, I was
that he
like-
covets.
I was like, I don't know what is aligning in my life to send us over there at some point. But for whatever reason, I feel like this is going to happen for us sooner than later.
Better
that
get
we're
a
gonna-
head wrap, sister.
that we're going to
Better
end
get
up.
a head wrap. Mary Santora in the Persian Gulf.
Right.
This fall on Showtime. All
Maybe
right,
I'll
well,
be
there
a
you go.
princess or something. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
very exciting for you. Yeah. Brian's going to lose you to a sultan.
Trade me for diamonds or
You
something.
will you'll have a giant palace on the Caspian Sea.
Yeah.
You'll be the toast of Azerbaijan. Look at you.
I was texting my buddy Raj about it, and I was like, dude, has there ever been a white princess there? He goes, maybe when there was like British reign.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
They all
he
used to
goes,
be colonies.
Right.
That's why they all have,
Yeah.
speak English and British accents. And
He's like, yeah, there's always a princess, but not many white ones anymore.
Disney
you know?
movie.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be wild, though? You think of like bands and even comics, comics that are huge around the world.
Russell Peters.
Russell
comes to mind.
Peters. He's doing like he's doing football stadiums in Canada and around the world. And
then he
he's
comes here and he'll do
hilarities.
Hilarities, yeah.
So same thing with bands and other, some comics are just massive in other parts of the world. What if you really took, for whatever reason,
I don't
you
know.
can't look a gift camel in the mouth.
Right.
You end up being like huge in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't know. It might happen.
Putting the bang in Bangladesh.
Right, when everyone's
Mary
like,
Santora.
Mary's never around anymore. What happened to her? I'd be like, dude, she did one tour for Sultans, and now she never has to work
She has
again.
$50 million.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys will never hear from me again. If I get paid to perform for Sultans, I'm gone.
and
No
the
one's
only
ever going to see me again.
The only reason they like your act is because you're talking about your dead dad, and they're like, yes, a dead American!
Yeah, right? And you know what? I'm fine with that. Another dead white man, you know? Pay me a ton of money, put us up in a fancy hotel, and I send Cody pictures.
When they give Kim Kardashian or Beyonce a hard time for like getting $1 million to do a half-hour performance for MBS, right? The guy that the dude that killed the Washington Post guy or whatever. They go, how could you do that? That's gonna be Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Up and down the Gulf of Oman.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna be like, I did 40 minutes and they gave me $5 million. God. You're never going to see me again.
I will. And
I have Cairo next week and then I'm in Djibouti.
I just do one 6-month tour in these places and then I'm set for the rest of my life.
Yep. They're going to start calling you Myanmar.
It's fine.
You may know it as Burma.
The one guy.
Is that what Pete was predicting for you? Mary, one day.
Straight to the top.
You go to Middle East, no more problems.
There no problems.
I had
Maybe Pete is your guardian angel. He's going to put you in Bangladesh.
Maybe that's what it is. That's what's all coming together.
They're like, free Tibet. Mary's like, no, I don't. I charge.
Not
I
free
don't
in
perform for free in Tibet or anywhere else.
Hi, Sultan. How would you like to buy 5,000 copies of Hillbilly Bougie?
And you're like, perfect. I love that.
They're signed and
Absolutely.
numbered.
Give them right here.
Yep.
So in
What'd you call me? No, I said Lahore.
One of the guys emailed me telling me how much he appreciated my comedy and what a big fan he was. And he referred to me.
Good for you.
I am from India. I am watching all your videos. Am not understand your all words, but subtitles help. Thank you so much. And then he said,
Did you say, I am not understand all your all words either?
No, but then he said, thank you so much.
Raj is getting so good.
Santora J.I. And I said, what does that mean? And my buddy was like, that's huge. That's like a term of respect. Like that means that they're differentiating you. It's not like a marital status thing, but it's like calling someone like sir or madam. Like that's a big term of respect.
Tagalog, they do po.
Yeah.
So it was like you had po for respect.
Now, again, you know how fickle showbiz is. You certainly don't want a group to turn on you either mid-show. You want to make sure that
she can run a call center.
Yeah.
No, dude. Cut off my hands or something. I don't know what would happen.
Yeah.
Because then I'm breaking all the rules, right? I don't think women are supposed to be
How did Mary do?
For sure.
opinionated. I don't know. I'm going to have to wear very, very like non-revealing clothing.
How'd she do? She killed. Oh, good. Well, she's the toast of Dubai. Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Steve? How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Hanging in.
Mary, I also failed geometry or geography.
There you
Excuse
go.
me.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out, exactly. So I went to the Dominican, and as you were explaining about at least knowing something, I'm Puerto Rican, don't really speak it, conversational. I wore a Cleveland Indians at the time Guardians hat, and everyone absolutely told me, do you know who Jose Ramirez is? I got by at my resort fan-freaking-tastic because I said, yeah, he plays for my hometown. So I agree with you. Having a little knowledge of the area and having a little conversation with the locals, you get by great.
Plus, the Dominican Republic is like a baseball factory. So it's like they're just cranking out players from.
Well, they were hitting me with, do you know Fernando Tatis? Do you know Acuna? Do you know? They were going across the board. I'm like,
And you can just say, yeah, right? You just go, oh, yeah, I know all those guys. Yes.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Yep.
So, but no, I totally agree with you. It's a hack for any country, anywhere you go. If you got enough conversation to mix it with the locals, you're good.
All right, thank you, Steve. There you go. A little life hack for you. Well, listen, Mary could be off and running to an amazing and unexpected pivot in her career.
Never know.
Still performing her material the way she wants, but for an audience she never saw coming.
Well, I thought about that. I was like, would they have a translator? Because you can't do subtitles.
You better hope they're getting it right.
No, a lot of those places, they
speak
enough English that they'll be able to understand you.
Well, like that
The
guy who
idioms
emailed me,
they
he's
might
like,
not get
yeah,
it.
I don't really understand, but the subtitles help me a lot. That they can probably read it better than they can understand if you're speaking quickly. You know, who knows? But we'll see. So that's what's on the rise for me.
Good for you. Very exciting.
And we're struggling to sell tickets in Cleveland, Ohio. So this Friday and Saturday.
Isn't that the way it is?
Hilarious Comedy
Isn't
Club.
that? Let's get Cleveland's Burmese immigrant community
Yes,
together
please.
and enjoy the wit and wisdom of one Mary Santora. I got a break here. You want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Every